that the verb structure was hopelessly wrong and concluded if it's supposed to look like early modern English writing, it doesn't even look close. But Dr. Laura Wright also took the time to compare the text of all the Doddelson messages to Ken Webster's own language that was used in his book, The Vertical Plane. And following close analysis of the use of adjectives in front of nouns, she concluded that their styles of writing were remarkably similar. Shocking. It sounds as if Ken Webster may have written himself into a corner and that the Doddelson messages and The Vertical Plane were both written by the same hands. You what? Here's the one final plot twist that I want to throw into the mix before we reach the final page. What if Ken Webster never existed, and the true perpetrator was nutty ufologist Gary Rowe all along? Holy really? What if Ken Webster never existed? I assumed we had some record of Ken Webster being a real person. If we rewind the VHS cassette back to that 1996 UK TV show Out of This World, there's a fascinating moment which gets overlooked by followers of the Doddelson messages. As I mentioned earlier, we never get to see the faces of either Ken or Debbie during their interview, as they're keen to protect their privacy. The narrator also went to great lengths to stress that either Ken or Debbie wanted to be identified. If that's the case, then could it be that the shadowy Ken and Debbie were actually using pseudonyms? If they were that keen to protect their privacy, it seems a little bit silly to have their real names plastered across the TV screens of Great Britain. There's not really much evidence at all to suggest Ken Webster was a real person, or at least there's not much evidence to suggest that the author of The Vertical Plane was a teacher living in Doddelson named Ken Webster. At some point, somebody gave an interview to the Daily Mail, somebody wrote a book under the name Ken Webster, and somebody gave a faceless interview on television. It's true that a man who at least sometimes goes by the name Ken Webster has an author's biography and appears to have held some prestigious positions, but it's not out of the question that he and Gary Rowe may be one and the same. Can't you just someone phone up that school and be like, yo, school, did you ever have a teacher by this name? And they'll be like, no. Done. Mystery solved. Just go back through their archives. Schools keep a record taught at their schools. It's been tricky to dig up any concrete information about the main players in the story, so it can't be ruled out that Gary Rowe just created his own cast of characters in a long-running work of fiction, which never happened. In this dimension, at least. The idea that the Society of Physical Research allegedly got involved adds a bit of authenticity to the story, but the fact that they never filled a report suggests that they only got involved in the author's overworked mind. And it's funny how when the 2109 were looking for a ufologist to help make further progress on an experiment that was never actually explained, they selected a guy who just happened to live around the corner in an electoral ward which was reportedly made up of precisely 2,109 households at the time. Was this maybe a cheeky clue? Whilst Ken, Debbie and the rest of the cast of characters have slipped into obscurity, Gary Rowe is still the only one keeping the flame burning in his regular forum posts, which often sound as nonsensical and as meaningless as the supposed communication of 2109. Perhaps Gary was on another marketing drive to generate fresh interest in the 2022 reprint of The Vertical Plane. Or maybe he even plans to spill the beans one day on those secret communications in a book written under his own name. This could be the latest development in quite a remarkable promotional strategy, which has so far spanned nearly 40 years. And did sell like thousands of copies of a book. So maybe it worked? Whilst I would conclude that the Doddelson messages was almost certainly a hoax engineered by either the entity known as Ken Webster or the entity known as Gary Rowe, I'd be happy to eat an entire pyramid formation of cat food tins if I'm proved wrong by the discovery of a 16th century book penned by Thomas Hayward and which is deemed to be authentic. Yeah, me and Danny and I will eat that cat food together. I'll eat an entire tin of cat food. I'll eat the entire pyramid of cat food slowly over time, if that turns out to be the case, because it won't. It's not real. But which one of these two potential books is likely to be the first to land in a bookstore near you? My Quite Remarkable Adventures with the Leames Boist by Thomas Haywarden, or okay then I'll tell you what's inside those sealed envelopes by Gary Rowe. Placeth your bets now. Yes. God, this was a lot of nonsense, wasn't it? Thanks so much for being here. If you enjoy the show, please leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Edward 1 ROM, the BBC Micro just went all shy and wouldn't play ball. The only two theories that he came up with from this are that it was either the Edward 2 word processor that was specifically haunted rather than the BBC Micro itself, or that whoever was behind all of this hadn't been able to track down a manual for the earlier version of Edward. Ken eventually grew frustrated with his own fruitless speculation and decided that it was time to call in the experts. When your home is haunted by a mysterious invisible entity who has a habit of rearranging your furniture and cat food tins behind your back, well, who are you going to call? That's right, the Society of Physical Research. Don't know what that is. The Society of Physical Research could equally be some like cuckoo people who look for ghosts, or it could be like some people who actually look for like sciencey stuff. The London-based non-profit organisation which explores psychic or paranormal activity, I guess the first one, may not enjoy quite the same funky reputation as the Ghostbusters team, and they certainly didn't arrive armed with proton packs, but they were the best option available to Ken at the time. Unfortunately, the three investigators assigned to the case were very skeptical of the whole thing from the beginning. Really? The ghost-busting team was skeptical? You're the ghost team. They begrudged... Hello everybody, welcome back. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. What happens here? What am I writing? In this case, Arnaldo. Thank you, Arnaldo. He's written me a script that I've never read before. It's all about the beast of Gévaudan, and it's French. And at some point, I'm definitely going to pronounce it Gévaudan or something. So just imagine, whenever I pronounce it wrong, that I'm saying it correctly. Gévaudan. Arnaldo left me a 5-line pronunciation guide. And rather than just doing that, I just looked it up online. Arnaldo, I'm sorry. Because he says, pronounce G in Gévaudan like S in measure. The vowel sounds like vo in void. Dan sounds like Dan. So overall, the word sounds like Gévaudan, pronounced as if you were drunk. Like most of the French language. Ah, bonjour, mon ami! I was just in France, and my wife speaks no French. I speak barely any French at all. So it's the first time we really travel anywhere where I'm the one that we're relied on for language, because she generally just speaks more languages than me. So I'm like, ah, bonjour, monsieur, je voudrais croissants. French cinema enjoys perhaps an unfair reputation of pretentiousness. Movies produced in that fair land are often perceived as being long, meandering, cryptic, replete with baffling silences, rambling dialogues, unrelated tangents, and unnerving endings cobbled together by a director who may as well be named Claude Lelouch. No, there is in fact an acclaimed director called Lelouch. Oh, I see, Lelouch, because he's a bit of a douche. Ah, okay.
I see.
Personally, I believe that to be unfair. The French silver screen has graced our senses with heavily intellectual productions, true, but also with action-romped thrillers that make Michael Bay films look like Simon's dearest Cocomelon. Oh, I hate Cocomelon. I was on a trip with a friend of mine the other day who's got a kid about my kid's age, like the older one, maybe a year older, maybe 2 years older. We're going on a little trip together, and we're just listening to music in the car, and my mate's like, can we put on some Cocomelon? And I'm like, are you serious right now? And he's like, yeah, we like the songs. And I'm like, they're terrible. They're actually terrible. He's like, yeah, but his kids. I won't name. It's so generic, it's so distant. It's obviously not invading anyone's privacy, but still. He's like, yeah, but she just enjoys them. And I'm like, can't she enjoy something good? Wow, they are so stupid. They are so stupid. I've talked about this before. I'm just going to carry on. One of my favourite examples of the latter is Brotherhood of the Wolf of 2001, starring martial artist Mark Dacascos and Monica Bellucci, among others. Set in the mid-18th century, this action horror thriller features a sinister, ultra-conservative conspiracy, an Iroquois warrior pummeling his enemies with kung fu, an aristocrat skewering his foes with a sword/whip made of bones, and a Vatican secret agent decapitating her adversaries with a fan topped by sharp spikes. sorry, Arnaldo, this sounds really bad. I'm just thinking I wouldn't enjoy that movie. I wouldn't enjoy that movie at all. I once saw a movie when I was a kid. Like, me and my mates, we must have been like 13 or 14. We went to the cinema and we saw a movie called Kung Fu Hustle. And at the time, we were like, what did we just see? Like, we went in there expecting some like Jackie Chan action movie or whatever. But instead it turned out to be this utterly bizarre movie, which was clearly intended for like thoughtful adults or something. Like, but we just walked out being like, what was that we just watched? And for years we'd make fun of Kung Fu Hustle. And I'll tell you what, I think Kung Fu Hustle, which I was just like, this is the worst movie ever made, I believe that this movie is actually quite well respected. Kung Fu Hustle has a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, which absolutely, and 89 with the audience, which absolutely baffled the out of 13-year-old Simon and his mates Mike and Giles. I can still remember us out. We were kids. We left that movie. I still remember us standing in the cinema world or whatever it was called at Ashford, being like, what the did we just watch, boys? But the star of the show is a huge, evasive, mysterious beast impervious to bullets who mauls and devours hundreds of victims in the French countryside. Surprisingly, this last element is the more realistic plot of the entire hilarious mess of a flick. The fact is that Brotherhood of the Wolf is based on historical and well-documented events. The killings perpetrated by the Beast of Gévaudan from 1764 to 1767, a total of 112 villagers in the county of Gévaudan in southern France were slain and or eaten by a ferocious animal whose origins and nature were never conclusively determined. A further 53 were wounded, and 75 lucky ones escaped unharmed. I was just mentioning I was in France. I'll tell the story. Sorry for this would be an extended tangent, so just use that forward 15 seconds button if you're not interested. And if I'm still rambling about it in several minutes, I apologise. I just got back from France like a couple of weeks ago. I went on holiday with my family and also my parents. And we booked this big Airbnb in South France. Very nice in photographs. It was quite expensive. And that's not just to brag or whatever. Obviously not. I'm just trying to give you like a frame of reference. Like, this isn't some like $50 Airbnb. So we're at this place and we arrive. And it's like, immediately it looks terrible. We go inside and it's like, wait, it just smells of damp. It smells horribly of damp and there's like mold on the ceilings. And I'm like, this isn't like the photos. And they're like, and here is the first bedroom. They don't actually speak any English. So they're just like showing us around. And it's like, I just look at my wife and I'm like, uh-oh, what have we done? Because this doesn't look like the place we booked. And then we go to another place, and I'm like, oh, this looks much more like the photos. This is actually quite nice. And so they leave, and we're settling in. And this is 100% true. I couldn't believe this has actually happened to me. But I'm like, we're just wandering around the place, and I'm like, I look up in the corner of the room, and I'm like, is that a camera? And I'm like, it is. That's a camera. And I'm like, that's a bit weird. So I wander around the house, and I go downstairs, and I'm like in the bedroom, and I like look up in the corner, and there's a little camera up there. Like, literally pointing at the bed of this bedroom.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
And I like, look in the other room, in the kids' room, where there's like 2 beds that are clearly for children. I'm like, there's a camera up there in the corner. And I'm like, what is going on in my life right now? Why are the cameras inside this Airbnb? So I phoned the person who runs the Airbnb, and I'm like, are there cameras in the house? And they're like, oh, they don't work. They're just for security. And I'm like, I've seen fake cameras before, and I'm like, well, you wired these into the walls, your fake cameras? Because there's clearly wires going into a wall. And they're like, no, they're definitely fake, they don't work. And I'm like, okay, well, look, that's not really okay. And they're like, well, what do you want us to do? And I'm like, well, I'm just going to phone Airbnb. And they're like, okay, we'll come around and remove the cameras. But I'm like, okay, I'm going to phone Airbnb anyway. And Airbnb, like, I thought I'd just get shafted by Airbnb, to be honest. I thought, because they've got a bit of a reputation, to be honest, for like not handling it properly and just not dealing with complaints and being like, oh, I'm sorry, you paid for this. And they're like, okay, they took it enormously seriously. We've got calls from like safety departments and stuff, and they were like, are you okay? And they're like, you can go to another place and we'll pay for it. I'm like, bro, it's the south of France in July. Where the fuck am I supposed to go with my family and parents? And so we booked my parents another hotel because we could find something for 2 people. But like, not for me and my family. And they're like, and we can pay like $300 a night for like another place. And I'm like, in the south of France in July for a family? Like, where do you think we're going to stay? And so we had to stay there for this entire week. And it was like really not very comfortable. It was kind of like, because it's just weird. It was so weird.
All right, that's just a little weird.
And then the Airbnb are like, well, okay, so we can't really do anything then. We'll just follow it up after the stay. And then like a week after I get back, Airbnb are like, we just refunded you. And I'm like, you just refunded the whole stay? It was thousands and thousands of euros. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, is it hot in here?
I didn't expect them. We asked them to like refund like part of it, and they were just like, no, we just refunded the whole thing. And I'm like, holy okay. Sorry for that tangent. I feel I needed to get this story off my chest, and this is probably the best podcast to do it. That was weird, man. Airbnb's weird. I'm done with Airbnb. I know they refunded me and stuff, but I'd rather have just had a nice vacation, to be honest, rather than like had a free one. So I'm kind of done with Airbnb, which is a shame. It's just like that. It was just not an experience that I'd ever want to repeat. Anyway, moving on. All attacks were meticulously documented. I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Okay, so there's this attack. There's a ferocious animal. This isn't Simon Teller's Vacation Stories channel, although this is probably, I don't know. Is that an interesting story? Are people interested in that? I find it fucking wild. But then, like, I'm a middle-aged man with kids. My definition of wild is that my Airbnb was weird. Moving on. The further 53 were wounded and 75 lucky ones escaped unharmed. All attacks were meticulously documented by local civil and church officials. Members of the aristocracy, military leaders and officials participated in hunting down the beast, and even King Louis XV took keen interest in solving the mystery. So, we're not talking about some French Bigfoot, or should I say, Le Grand Pierre, who may have been sighted by a handful of drunken pranksters and hastily captured on a shaky oil painting. At the time, reputable sources provided consistent reports on the presence and ferocity of this hellish quadruped, providing unnerving descriptions which, unfortunately, never allowed to clearly identify its nature. But let's proceed in order. We will cover some of the sightings and attacks attributed to the mysterious beast, as well as the major operations conducted to rid the Gévaudan of that foul animal. And finally, we'll try and decode the first question. Was it a cryptid, a werewolf, a wolf hybrid, a big cat? What exactly was the beast of Gévaudan? Beauty of the beast. And what is exactly the Gévaudan, now known as S.i.R? The historical county has a reputation for being an impoverished and remote backwater where superstition reigned supreme, forests were enchanted, and the forces of nature ran rampant and out of control. In other words, fertile ground for the birth of myths and legends. But as I mentioned earlier, today's mystery is based on solid facts, so let's begin with solid facts. But it's based on solid facts. There's not going to be a cryptid, is it? It's going to be a big cat or something. In early June 1764, a woman from the village of Langon was herding her oxen when a wild animal attacked her. Her dogs immediately fled the scene, but her cattle formed a circle around her and repelled the attack. Wow! She's going to repay that favor by eating those cows! The unnamed lady was terrified but unscathed and reported the event back in her village. The attack was attributed to a wolf, possibly infected with rabies, which was not an uncommon event. That is terrible. Like the wolves, one of the animals I'm most scared of after seeing that horrible, it was a great movie, but it was terrifying. The Grey, was it Liam Neeson? It's like an old movie now. Well, like, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years ago? And that was like, I don't like wolves anymore.
Who's afraid of the big wolf? Nanny.
And also rabies is another thing I'm desperately afraid of. But it was just the start of the madness. On June the 30th of 1764, the inhabitants of Vivarais found the mutilated corpse of 14-year-old Jeanne Boulet mauled while she was watching a flock of sheep. Nothing too strange again. Sheep herding was a common occupation for children back at the time, and wolf attacks were an occupational hazard. What should we do with the children? It's like back in the day when people had kids so they could work in the fields. I mean, like, kids, you got to go the sheep herding with the wolves because the adults are more valuable. We need their skills more, so you got to take the dangerous work. And Timmy, get in the chimney! But then, on August the 8th, another girl, aged 15, was savagely torn apart by the beast. Another 15-year-old, this time a boy, was killed on the 25th. In September, a woman and 4 children, the youngest aged only 12, were also attacked, horribly mutilated, and killed by the demon. Between the end of September and beginning of October, 3 more inhabitants of Gévaudan's villages went missing. Their mangled bodies were later found in the deep dark woods of the area. On October the 8th, the teenage boy was lucky enough to survive yet another attack, despite suffering serious wounds to the head and chest. 2 days later, another survivor had his scalp bitten off by the ferocity of the predator. On the 19th, a 21-year-old woman was found dead near St. Alban. The beast had torn her to pieces, eaten her organs, and drank her blood. Unfortunately, our cruel master Time will not allow us to cover in detail all 240 attacks carried out by the beast from June 1964 to June 1967, nor can we honour each victim individually. Very often their names were not recorded by local authorities. But over those years, the beast killed 112 victims and wounded 53, mostly children and young adults. The most brutal year was 1766, during which Gévaudan's apex predator perpetrated 139 attacks, an average of one every 2.5 days, with 55 people dying as a result. The most prolific month was March, during which authorities recorded 18 attacks and 10 deaths, including that of a 5-year-old Punay Marie de Fontaine. I know, Arnaldo's given me a pronunciation guide of Puniette Marie de Fontaine, and I'm like, I don't know, dude, I'm sorry, I'm butchering the French. Just I get one right, it's not going to make up for all the horrible French pronunciation. Look, when I see French, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, just leave off the last consonants. So if it's Poubnet, I'm like, Poubnet. Legends versus a legend. The legends of the mysterious beast spread across the Gévaudan. Local villagers and farmers dreaded venturing alone into the fields or the woods, wondering what exactly was their cryptic attacker. Some survivors described it as a wolf-like creature, but it was clearly larger and more ferocious than the numerous wolves constantly threatening livestock and people alike. Could it have been a werewolf? Despite its apparent supernatural capabilities and rabid hunger for human flesh, the predator was not unstoppable. What are his supernatural capabilities? It just seems like wolf attacks. Several inhabitants of the Gévaudan proved that nerves of steel and spheric appendages of the same material. Oh, the balls of steel. There we go. I get the joke. Could send the beast running away with its tail between its legs. The most celebrated cases of effective self-defense took place in 1765. On the 12th of January, 12-year-old Jacques Portefeuille was looking after his family livestock along with 6 of his friends, all younger than him. Fearing attacks from the beast, Jacques had instructed them to carry makeshift spears made with sticks and knives. Suddenly, the snarling beast appeared behind a bush, ready to pounce. Jacques, a true legend, ordered his older friends to assume a small phalanx-like formation to protect the younger children, thus keeping the animal at bay. The creature, however, leapt into the group, grabbing an 8-year-old boy by the throat and dragging him away. Jacques attacked immediately with his spear, wounding the beast. It let go of the boy, but not before eating part of his face. The beast attacked again, grabbed another boy by the arm with its fangs and dragged him away. Yet another boy implored Jacques for all of them to run away, but the little Chad would have absolutely none of that. Either we save our friends, or we'll die with him. Oh my god, this guy's like... He's in that 300 movie, isn't he? Inspired by his words, the squad of young herders chased the beast into a swamp where it let go of its victim. Jacques then attacked the monster single-handedly, hitting it repeatedly on its snout until it finally backed down and ran away. Jacques is a legend! The account of Jacques' courage was collected by a local bishop who forwarded it to King Louis XV. The impressed monarch rewarded all the heroic children with 300 livres, or pounds, and decreed that Jacques would be educated at the expense of the crown. Excellent! I like that! Jacques became a brilliant student and entered the army as an artillery lieutenant. He later died in 1795 during the French Revolutionary Wars. On this, the king's like, excellent. On the 11th of August 1765, the beast found itself again at the wrong end of a pointy stick. Marie-Jean Vallée, aged 20, and her unnamed younger sister, aged 17, were walking across a wooded area. As per now established local custom, the two carried improvised spears. Silently and out of nowhere, the beast appeaed behind them. In a later testimony, Marie-Jean described it as an unusually large dog. The canine reared up, ready for an attack, but Vallée was faster. Standing in front of her younger sister to protect her, the woman raised her spear, driving it into the chest of the beast. The monster cried out loud in agony, but the wound wasn't lethal. The animal fell to the ground, rolled off, and dove into the waters of a nearby river, disappearing from sight. It is not recorded if Marie-Jean received a well-deserved reward in her lifetime, but her brave deed was later commemorated by a statue standing in the village of Auvers. But let's get back to late 1764. That's when the first act of human self-defense was recorded. A story less celebrated by Gévaudan law, but very important for our story. Do note here that the first attack of the beast was foiled by cattle protecting their herdsmen, not by a person. Oh yes, okay, the cattle that would later be eaten, yes. One cold and snowy evening in October, a farmer called Jean-Pierre Porcher was working in his barn when a large shadow silently glided outside the building. Almost paralyzed by fear, Porcher somehow managed to grab his musket and took aim at the window of the barn. A large, monstrous animal, the likes of which he had never seen, was lurking on the village road. "It's the beast. It's the beast," he said to himself. Controlling his shaking nerves, Porcher took aim. The beast fell, but then it stood again, snarling. Porcher reloaded and fired again. The beast let out a terrifying scream and ran away, still howling and screeching at the night. Porcher compared those screams to the noise made by two men arguing furiously. It was Porcher's tail, which definitely cemented the infamy of the beast of Gévaudan, cranking up the hysteria and finally attracting the attention of a local newspaper owner who was thirsty for some juicy news. And with that, the beast was about to become a nationwide phenomenon. I say we kill the beast. In 1764, the Kingdom of France was recovering from the disastrous aftermath of the 7 Years' War, a series of defeats inflicted by the British and the Prussians. God save the king. The economy was in disarray, and morale was at an all-time low. Public opinion needed a distraction, not just really a cause to rally around, or both. The press needed something to report on, now the war was over. Enter Monsieur François Morinet, editor of the Courrier d'Avignon, based in southern France. Like a proto-Simon Whistler, Morinat had taken the business-sound decision of focusing on true crime stories for his paper, reporting on acts of violence perpetrated in the remote communities of the South. Correct. And of course, Morinat pounced like a hungry wolf on the accounts of Porcher, the shooting farmer, as well as other encounters with the beast. The editor dispatched his writers to Gévaudan, who chronicled the already stupefying tales of the monster with exaggerated sensationalism. Articles in the Courier described the beast as astoundingly fast, with the eyes of the devil. Others attested that the beast had the intelligence of a cunning, brave, and skillful gladiator. By the end of 1764, Morinat's stories had been picked up across the nation, and the problem had grown too large to ignore. A concerted effort was needed to rid the kingdom of this foul abomination. The first large-scale hunt for the monster was organized by Etienne Lafont, a regional government official, and infantry captain Jean-Baptiste Duhamel. Now, dear Simon, your children might not be old enough yet to enjoy the classics of Walt Disney. They are not, but you may remember seeing The Beauty and the Beast, preferably the original 1991 version. Yeah, almost certainly I've seen The Beauty and the Beast with the weird clockwork, with the Clockman, and the Beast, and the Beauty. Thanks, Simon. Helpful.
Nice.
In a rousing scene, huntsman and village bully Gaston rallies his fellow villagers to mount an attack on the titular beast, singing the immortal lines, "Bring your guns, bring your knives, save your children and your wives. We'll save our village and our lives. We'll kill the beast." I don't remember that at all because I probably saw this in 1991 when I was 4. I like to imagine that Lafont and Duhamel used similar musical tactics to assemble a force of 10,000 to 30,000 men, according to different accounts. This army included regular soldiers, hunters, and volunteers recruited amongst the exasperated farmers. Lafont even issued a reward for slaying the beast, equivalent to a year's average salary. As per Duhamel, he organized his troops in military-like patrols and formations, scouting wooded areas and fields, leaving behind poisoned bait. Some of the soldiers even cross-dressed as peasant women in the hope of attracting the beast. Duhamel's patrols crisscrossed the entirety of the Gévaudan, trying to stake out their prey, but with little to show for their efforts. The main result was the propagation of dubious sightings and speculation as to the nature of the monster. Most accounts describe the beast as being as large as a donkey or a calf, with reddish hair, head as large as a pig's, short, straight ears, white chest, and a long tail. The monster was incredibly fast and could cross a wide river in just 2 or 3 leaps. Some witnesses claim the beast could walk on its hind feet, had a bulletproof hide, and can spew fire from its eyes. Some of these sound possible, some of these we know are not real. Beasts cannot spew fire from their eyes or their mouths or any other places unless they're lighting their farts. Some villagers even swore that they had heard the beast laughing or talking. What was more terrifying is that in some cases the creature appeared to kill for the sheer pleasure of it rather than for food, removing scalps, hearts, livers, and other organs as trophies. Monsieur Lafont, the government official, chimed in, "It is much bigger than a wolf. It has a snout somewhat like a calf's and very long hair, which would seem to indicate a hyena." But my favorite description comes from Captain Duhamel himself. His quarry had a breast as wide as a horse, a body as long as a leopard, and its fur was red with a black stripe. Duhamel concluded that the monster was surely some kind of hybrid, saying, "The father of which is a lion, or what its mother was, remains to be seen." In the winter of 1764 to 1765, the Lafont-Duhamel force scored some apparent victories. Duhamel himself killed a large wolf, announcing that the hunt was over, but the killing soon resumed. On another occasion, a detachment under Lafont sighted the beast crouching behind a wall by the castle of Bonn. One of the hunters fired from a distance of 10 paces, scoring a direct hit, but the beast raised to its feet again. After taking a second bullet, it limped into a nearby woods. The volunteers kept stalking it from a distance, hitting several times with accurate shots, but every time the furry devil would fall to the ground, stand up again and resume its flight until it finally disappeared into the trees. As the sun set, Lamont ordered for his men to rest. The following morning, the hunt resumed, but all the volunteers could find was a sinister trail of mayhem. In the span of a few hours, their enemy had killed 2 further victims and wounded a third. As the kill count rose, more and more desperate measures were concocted. One of the plans involved selecting 25 brave men and furrying them up with hides of lion, bear, leopard, deer, and other animals to act as bait. They would have to wear headpieces stuffed with blades for extra protection, and they would be carrying a lump of human fat mixed with viper blood as well. Wow, human fat mixed with viper blood. The past, everybody. Other bright minds, less inclined to superstition, proposed building a contraption made of 30 muskets tied by ropes to a calf to be used as bait. Tied by ropes to... It's just dragging some guns along, is it? How are those guns going to go off? Duhamel stuck to his tactics. On February the 7th, 1765, he rallied 20,000 volunteers into a single hunting expedition. The ground was covered with fresh snow, and a patrol of 5 peasants soon spotted some clear paw prints. The Magnificent Five followed the trail, which led them to the beast. A volley of musket fire felled the monster, apparently. The menace quickly regained its standing position and fled from view. The morning after, the demon decapitated a 14-year-old girl. It had become clear that Duhamel was not delivering. In the same month of February, another character entered the fray. His name was Jean-Charles Denevelle de Alençon, a legendary hunter from Normandy with a kill count of 1,200 wolves. Oh my god, this guy's killed a lot of wolves. Just what the doctor ordered, providing the beast was indeed a wolf. Or even if it's not, this guy's he seems like pretty competent at killing shit. And this thing does seem similar to a wolf, even if it's some sort of weird wolf mix. Or some rabies wolf. Deneville and his son decamped to Gévaudan on the 19th of February, but they set to work only at the end of March, allowing for the beast to kill over and over again. The fact is that the father-in-law duo demanded total exclusivity on the hunt and demanded that Duhamel demobilize his soldiers. After weeks of petty squabbles, Duhamel relented and fornicated off elsewhere. But weeks dragged on, and the Denevelles yielded very little results, alienating the sympathies of the locals. King Louis XV was already aware of the scourge of Gévaudan thanks to the active courage of Jacques, the 12-year-old legend. But in the spring of 1765, he became acutely concerned of its implications as an English newspaper took to mocking the French army, claiming that they'd been defeated by a fierce animal. Then local officials in Gévaudan started complaining about the failures of Deneville and Son, the alleged master wolf slayers. It was too much. It was time to bring in the big guns. Didn't you do that? Weren't there wolf slayers, the big guns? They'd killed over 1,000 wolves. On June the 8th, 1765, the king summoned Monsieur Anton de Bouton, who bore the title of Grand Bearer of the Arquebus, Lieutenant of the Louveterie, and Chevalier of Saint-Louis, which could be translated as Wolfcatcher Royal. The king asked Bouton to rid the earth of that foul beast, and the Wolfcatcher set off for Gévaudan. Just like Deneville, he too brought along his son. The Boutons reached the area on June the 22nd with a retinue of guards, servants, and dogs. The locals were reassured by the presence of the Wolfcatcher Royal, but for almost 3 months all he could catch was thin air. The beast continued to maul, to rip, and to devour. In mid-September, Bouton decided to decamp to Pommier Forest, some 100 kilometers north of the usual hunting ground for the beast, as it was notoriously infested with wolves. On the 21st, the master hunter finally came face to face with an enormous animal with bloodshot eyes. As it approached with its jaws wide open, Bouton opened fire, hitting its right eye. The creature was not yet defeated, but a second bullet tore open its chest. It appeared to be a wolf, but it was much longer than average, at 1.75 meters or 5.7 feet. The killing was duly recorded by local surgeons and officials. The Wolfcatcher Royal had indeed slain the beast. Or had he? Holy bullets, a rosary, and a pack of dogs. The body of the alleged beast was embalmed, stuffed, and sent to Paris. Bouton was rewarded with 1,000 livres. His son was appointed cavalry captain and received exclusive rights to exhibit the stuffed beast, which apparently made him earn a fortune. And yet, on the 2nd of December, the beast returned from oblivion, attacking 2 boys. One of them, aged 14, was killed. As I mentioned earlier, 1766 became the beast's most lethal year, with 55 recorded deaths. The locals could not count on the help of the king any longer to believe the problem to be solved. It sounds like there's more than one. Like, it sounds like this is many wolves attacking many people combined with hysteria. They took matters into their own hands. In a notable incident, on August the 6th, the creature attacked two girls playing outside their home. One of them, incredibly brave, jumped on its back and grabbed onto its fur. The beast carried her away, but a local peasant gave chase. The unnamed savior, who must have been a beast himself, yes, set the girl free and then proceeded to wrestle with the monster for 3 straight hours. No, he did. This is embellishment if I heard. No one's wrestling for 3 hours. Their fight was so intense and protracted that they both had to take a rest before the next round. The peasant eventually survived and reported that the beast could easily stand on its hind legs and that its belly was lined with buttons. Death followed death until the 19th of June, 1767, when a local nobleman, the Marquis of Apshire, organized the umpteenth hunting expedition and recruited one of the best hunters in the region, Jean Chastel. It seems like they're all like the best hunter, the ultimate wolf slayer, this wolf hunter. It's like, come on. Where's the best guy? Just find the best guy and bring him in. All of the other best guys are not working. Also, did I comment on how ridiculous it was that belly is lined with buttons? Obviously, that's not real. It just speaks of all the embellishment that's going on. The 60-year-old was renowned for his skill, honesty, and moral rigor, but he had previously fallen afoul of the wolf catcher royal. Accused of leading on purpose the royal retinue into a bog, Chastel had been thrown in jail. But now he was free, and he brought his special musket, loaded with consecrated bullets and a pack of loyal dogs. True to custom, Chastel was also accompanied by his son, Jean-Antoine, according to accounts. Wait. Okay, so he doesn't. Maybe he has the name of Jean, maybe he doesn't. Bear this detail in mind. We'll return to it later. What, the weird name thing? Or the fact that he brought his son along? Chastel waited patiently in the woods whilst reciting the rosary like a true badass. Then he spotted it, a large, menacing animal staring at him with murderous intent. I have to say, I don't know what the rosary is. Isn't that the thing people say when they count those little beads on their hands? And they're like, I have no idea what that is. Chastel calmly pocketed his rosary, folded his reading spectacles, and took aim. After a single shot, the beast crashed to the ground. It may still have been alive, but that's when Chastel's dogs rushed into action, baying for blood. Had Chastel finally killed the beast of Gerdeval? Probably. The body of the creature was taken to the Marquis of Apshire's castle and carefully examined. To quote, only the tail and the rear appeared typical of a wolf's, but its head bore monstrous proportions. The neck was covered with thick, grey-reddish hair, streaked in black. It had a white heart-shaped patch on its chest. Its paws had 4 huge claws, much longer than those of a wolf. The legs themselves were very large, with a colour similar to those of a deer. Okay, maybe it wasn't multiple of them. Maybe it was just this one scary animal. Which, how does this get made? Is this just some, freak show, genetically? Like some weird mutations that led it to be an absolute beast? In the stomach of the beast, Chastel and Marquis found a half-digested arm, surely belonging to the child it had devoured the day before. So there you have it. We have a somewhat meticulous yet baffling description of the beast. I don't know about you, but I'm having some trouble picturing exactly how it might have looked like. Surely a good idea would have been to stuff the animal, right? And that's what Chastel intended to do, but first he wanted to take the dead beast to Paris for it to be examined by learned scientists. Alas, it was summer. By the time he reached the capital, the corpse was in such a state of decomposition that it was impossible to analyse. Or at least that's one account. According to a letter sent by an unnamed local count on July the 6th, 1767, it was the hunters who shot themselves in the foot. Chastel and other unidentified companions decided to remove all the skin and flesh from the corpse so they could preserve the skeleton. A skeleton which apparently wasn't that impressive. So how does it have a massive head then, and a small body? That's something that would be on the skeleton. It wouldn't just be on the flesh. In any case, the gist of this kerfuffle is that we have no physical remains to help us answer the initial question: what the flaming hell was this beast exactly? Well, we don't have the skeleton. Can't we, nowadays, just grind up some of its bones and do a DNA thing? As you might expect, there has been some pretty wild speculation on the exact species to which this monster belonged to. Let's rule out immediately hypothesis, which I mentioned just in passing. The beast was not a werewolf. You know why that is, Arnaldo? Because werewolves aren't real.
What do you mean?
This was a rumor which circulated at the time, but no recorded description made mention of such an occurrence. And I'm sure Simon and the other authors have decoded or will decode this myth. Yes, certainly. If you haven't done it, let me know in the comments and we'll do it. werewolves, please. Another theory. What's that? Was it that new series of not Stranger Things, the one with all the weird stories? Each episode. It's right there. It's right there. Written by the British dude. Not Twilight Zone, but kind of like Twilight Zone. Why is this escaping me? It's on Netflix. Black Mirror. In that episode of Black Mirror where there's that celebrity woman who turns into a werewolf. That latest series of Black Mirror was so weird. It wasn't really like Black Mirror. It wasn't that great. I was quite disappointed. Because Black Mirror, for the last few seasons, some episodes just blew my mind. The one where they have the people's minds that they put into that machine so they can live like lives afterwards. I thought about that for months. God, it was, yeah. That was an intense TV show. And then the new season was like that, so it's just weird. Another theory already circulating in the 1700s was that the beast was a hyena, maybe imported by some wealthy aristocrats and later escaped from a private menagerie. This could be possible. Hyenas are known to attack children, women, and frail individuals, which were the preferred targets of the beast. A large hyena can typically reach 1.5 meters in length, or 5 feet, or weigh up to 77 kilograms, or 170 pounds. For context, a wolf is about the same length, but is typically lighter, at 66 kilograms, or 145 pounds. I could take a wolf. Several witnesses mentioned how the beast had grey-reddish hair streaked in black, which would be compatible with a hyena's hide. At least one account reported the creature laughing, and hyenas are known for emitting giggle-like sounds when threatened. Oh, I thought that was just something from The Lion King. Is that actually what they do? We could venture a slightly more outlandish explanation and speculate that this particular hyena was a specimen of Pachycruta bevistris, something like that, or giant, short-faced hyena, described by paleontologist Jinyi Lui as the largest, most spectacular bone-cracking hyena that ever existed. There's a bone-cracking hyena. That's kind of scary. Wait, it cracks its own bones, or it cracks other people's bones when it eats? The catch is that this animal went extinct in the Middle Pleistocene. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know exactly when the Middle Pleistocene was, but I'll tell you, it's a long time ago. But as you might expect, when mysterious animals are involved, the hypothesis of a prehistoric holdover cannot be avoided. Returning to reality for a minute, good, let's not acknowledge that as reality, let's consider the theory of biologist Dr. Karl-Hans Tark. In his 2015 book, The Gurdemont Tragedy, Tark speculates that the beast was a young lion whose underdeveloped mane made it appear uncanny and difficult to identify to locals. Whether it was a Shenzi or a S.i.R, another Disney reference, Simon, just play along. I know who S.i.R is. Who's Shenzi? Who's Shenzi? Both theories. S.i.R is from Lion King. It's what's his face. It's Simba's uncle. He's like, didn't your mother never tell you to stop? Didn't your mother not tell you to play with your food? Something like that. Oh wait, is that S.i.R or someone talking to S.i.R? The parrot creatures talking to S.i.R. Something like that. I used to know that movie, so I watched that movie hundreds of times as a kid. I could quote, I could read, I knew every line in that movie. Both theories imply that all reports of supernatural abilities and resistance to bullets were simply tall tales exaggerated by hysteria and sensationalist journalism. What? Really? Who would have thought that? Moving on, another more grounded theory is that the beast was a large, aggressive dog-wolf hybrid. Is that even possible? In 1959, the French National Society of Antiques published a handwritten note believed to be authored by somebody who had examined the beast. It read, "This animal is similar to a common wolf but resembles a dog due to its hide and the shape of the head. Also, the shape of the snout is more delicate than that of a wolf, all factors which lead me to believe that this is a hybrid between the two species. The head is elongated like that of a greyhound with protruding forehead and pointed ears." If this is biologically possible, that does sound quite likely. And there's also this fascinating thing when the tiger and the lion, they can reproduce, and they have something called a liger or a tiger, depending on which way around it is. But the liger can be massive, like way bigger than either parent animal. So maybe that's what could go on here. It could be the wolf and the dog, and then it creates some sort of giant animal afterwards.
Smart.
Author Felix Bouffier, in his 1987 book The Beast of Gévaudan, a Great Enigma, reprised this theory. He corroborated it by quoting an incident taking place in 1884 when a large, strange wolf was slain in Argenton in central France. This wolf was noticeably bigger and more muscular than the average, leading expert hunters to believe it was a hybrid born of a she-wolf and a large shepherd dog. But let's set aside for a moment all considerations about the species of the beast, and let's consider a more sinister notion. Wait, I want to know, is it biologically possible for a wolf and a dog to have a kid.
Tell me everything!
Not a kid. What's that? That's like a baby lamb. No, is a kid a goat? Goat's child? Like a baby wolf or whatever? Could the beast have been controlled and manipulated by a human master, a sadistic serial killer who murdered by animal proxy? I'm going to give this one a fat, very low chance on Aldo. In the decades following the slaying of the beast at the hands of Jean Chastel, a dark legend made the rounds in Guerre-de-Vaughn. His son, Antoine, had raised a fierce animal, training it to kill at will the defenseless villagers of the region. If you remember from earlier, Antoine had actually participated in the hunting expeditions, but the story goes that Jean was aware of his son's murderous tendencies, and to purge his sins, he had eventually decided to kill the animal and hush the whole affair. It's not exactly clear how or why this story took hold, but it lingered on for decades until it was popularized by author Abel Chevalier in his The Beast of Gévaudan, published in 1936. In this work, Chevalier traces the biography of Antoine Chastel, claiming that as a young man, he enrolled in the Navy. This just seems like super unlikely and made up by journalists and people wanting to sell books, doesn't it, allegedly? He was then abducted by Berber pirates who took him captive to Algiers. There the poor Antoine was enslaved, castrated, and assigned to guard first a harem, then the private menagerie of a local ruler, where he learns the art of rearing and taming wild beasts. Somehow he managed to return to his homeland of Gévaudan. Broken, mutilated, and traumatized, Chastel Jr. eschewed the company of humans, preferring the company of domesticated wolves and his own pet, a large red dog. In fact, he detested the company of humans and humankind in general. According to Chevalier, the real beast was Antoine, who used his trained wolves as a weapon to reap victims across the countryside. Oh, come on, please, training wolves. In 1946, writer Henri Perrat further cemented the story with his faithful history of the Beast of Gévaudan. In 1962, it was time for Marguerite Arabaud-Ferrier to publish her own work, The Beast of Gévaudan, Finally Unmasked. This writer did not accuse Antoine Chastel, but speculated anyhow that a human hand was involved, namely that a descendant of an old, powerful family of the South, lover of all sexual perversions. What are you up to, Marguerite? This makes no sense. You just want to sell a book, allegedly. In 1976, journalist Gérard Mentouré conducted an inquiry into the beast. His conclusion was that Chastel had imported a bloodthirsty hyena from his captivity in Algiers, which we don't even know happened for sure. Antoine had not directed the hyena's attacks, but had kept her hidden and protected from the hunting expeditions. 4 years later, Jean-Jacques Barlouet added another layer to the story. Antoine Chastel may have simply been a pawn of a Protestant cabal who exploited him and his wolves to terrorize Catholic peasants. Alright, this is getting ridiculous. So it's like there's a wolf attacking. Yeah, but maybe it's a pack of wolves controlled by one dude who in turn is controlled by the Catholic Church. Protestant cabal or whatever, terrorizing Catholics. It's, in my opinion, all absolute nonsense. A similar conspiracy was described in 1988 by Raymond Dubois, honorary president of the International Association for the Defense of Wolves.
What?
Bro, we don't need a society for the protection of wolves. They're scary and horrible. They eat. Have you not seen The Grey? You wouldn't be so defensive of wolves if you'd seen that movie, Raymond. In his theory, the puppet master was a disgraced aristocrat. In 1992, the director of Amneville Zoo, Michael Lewis, claimed that the aristocrat behind the conspiracy was the Count of Morangy. In his description of the events, Antoine Chastel was a sadistic henchman who used the beast as a murderous weapon before undressing and assaulting the corpses. In more recent times, in 2013, author André Saber blamed once again Antoine Chastel and his tamed pack as the sole culprits. I didn't want to spoil the fun thus far, but I hope it's apparent that this string of accusations against Antoine Chastel is based entirely on one original single source, itself founded on nothing but rumor. Yes, Arnaldo, we picked up on it. And it's all bull. I would have loved to debunk it myself, but self-published French author Louis Fabien beat me to the punch by some 7 years. Louis, I could not find a way to contact you, but if you are watching or listening, allow me to thank you profusely in the name of all rational beings out there. Yes, Louis, you sound like a legend. I love these people. Like, who was the dude who recently died? The guy who was always disproving all of this, like, magic and the famous skeptic dude. Randy. God, what a legend. Louis, you sound like a legend on the same vein as him. Louis scoured through archival records, piecing together the story of the Chastel family. Jean Chastel, the hunter, sired 9 children, of which Jean-Antoine, not Antone, was the 7th. Oh, I see. Oh, he just has his names. But what? I'm so confused. This is the Jean-Antoine, not Antoine, was the 7th, born on April the 20th, 1745. So by the time the beast reared its first victims, he was barely 19, perhaps a bit too young, having been a sailor, a slave, and an experienced tamer of predators. When he joined his father in the expedition that finally killed the monster, he was 22. His contribution to the hunt was recognized by the Bishop of Mende, who rewarded him with 312 livres. So, nothing suspicious according to official records. In 1778, at the age of 33, the alleged psychotic and castrated Jean-Antoine Chastel married a lady called Catherine, and the couple welcomed 9 children. So I'm guessing he, less castrated than we might think. After leading the quiet life of a farmer, Jean-Antoine died on May the 30th, 1823, at the age of 78. And that's all. An honest and quiet life. For 56 years from the death of the beast to the death of Jean-Antoine, no suspicious beastly murders were recorded in Gévaudan. This alleged mass murderer simply stopped killing. It seems an unheard of occurrence in the history of serial killers. Our friend Louis acknowledges that from 1809 to 1816, another cryptic beast killed 29 victims in the Cevennes mountain range not far from the Gévaudan. But absolutely no records nor evidence indicate Jean-Antoine's presence in the area over that period. Just to make it clear, Jean-Antoine Chastel was absolutely innocent, but the 1936 book by Chavalet cemented a dark rumor, which seemed to have sparked out of nowhere. Conclusion. Returning to the realm of solid facts, I've kept for the last the most reasonable theory, one which may not address directly the strange descriptions of the animals, but explains how a single killing beast could have been so prolific and how it appeared to return from the dead over and over again. J.M. Smith, the historian and author of Monsters of the Gévaudan, The Making of a Beast, said, "The beast and most likely explanation is that Gévaudan had a serious wolf infestation." Boom! Isn't that what I said? I mean, my theory was the wolf hybrid one is reasonable, but it's most likely just lots of wolves, right? To put it simply, there wasn't a single beast, but several large wolves feasting on the isolated communities. Wolf attacks were a common occurrence in France in the 17th and 18th centuries, with an estimated average of 45 deaths by wolf every year. From 1764 to 1767, the single county of Gévaudan suffered an average of 37 deaths each year, greatly above the regular trends, which may explain the mass hysteria, sensationalism, and proliferation of distorted accounts. A similar grounded hypothesis was presented by paleontologist François-Louis Pellissier in 2021. According to him, the plight of Gévaudan was caused by an infestation of Italian subspecies of wolf, the Canis lupus italicus, whose morphology is compatible with many descriptors featured in the official autopsy of the beast by Chastel. 18th century specimens of the Italian wolf are much larger than contemporary ones in specific circumstances, such as the extension of cultivated lands or the lack of prey, such as deer, may have led to the fracturing of large packs. Isolated wolves would naturally become hungrier and more aggressive, explaining the higher-than-average death rate. But I can add my own 2 cents here. A review of global climate for the years 1762 to 1765 shows a progressive and marked cooling of temperatures in southern France. In addition to that, the aftermath of the 7 Years' War had caused a widespread famine, which may have caused a decline in the population of natural prey for wolves in the area, thus pushing the canids to attack the humans in large numbers. Of course, that's just a theory, and to prove it scientifically, I would need to set up a proper study with an experimental control arm. For scientifically sound results, it would be necessary to recruit 2 populations of children armed with spears and then pit them against isolated groups of wolves in different climatic situations. I agree, that'd be a real Claude Lelouch move. Wolves are currently a protected species, and contemporary children are notoriously vicious, but as an alternative, I would propose computer-generated simulations. Let me know in the comments if anybody's interested in funding the 2 versions of the study. I'll set up a GoFundMe with a target of 3,000 livres. Arnaldo, thank you for today's script. Very enjoyable. Dark, I suppose. Murdering children by beasts and all of that. But, yeah, it was just wolves, wasn't it? It's just wolves. Decoded, I would say. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy this show, please do leave it a review wherever you listen to your podcast, or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to an episode of Decoding the Unknown. My name is Simon, I am your host here on this channel. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Dave, thank you Dave, has written me a script, Flight 19, never read it before, I'm going to read it, we're going to go through it together, dear viewer, or dear listener, if you're on the podcast, if you're on the podcast, if you're about reading the review. It's very kind. If you've thought of doing one altruistic thing in your life, this would be it. And then basically, the doors of heaven, gates of heaven? The gates of heaven open to you, some beauties like. Come on in, my son or daughter. Welcome. Let's just crack on, shall we? That was pointless. I'm already making the introduction way too long. Let's go. Almost everybody could tell you at least one story about an airplane that disappeared in mid-flight. Unsurprised. Have you guys seen that show? What's that show where is it called Manifest? Where there's a plane and it disappears and then it lands in the future. And I'm like, that is a brilliant concept.
Wow! Wow!
That by that show I just thought was just not very well executed. No offense to that show. It's a show that is like, it felt like, you know when you watch, does anyone remember the 90s and you watch the Sci-Fi Channel and there'd be like TV shows that just didn't look like they spent a ton of money on? And I mean, nowadays any show from the 90s looks like that. But like it was particularly bad back in the day. And I feel like this show was the modern equivalent of that. I'm not sure what network it was on or how much it cost to make, but it felt a bit budget. And I'm like, I wish this was done by like whoever did ABC. Breaking Bad. Was Breaking Bad by ABC? Or like just put a load of money into it because it could have been really awesome.
That is true.
Anyway, God, we're 2 lines in and 2 minutes in. This is going to take a moment, isn't it? Unsurprisingly, these disappearances are often linked with wild stories of alternate reality gateways, alien abduction, or top-secret government plots. However, although these make for thrilling stories and busy Reddit threads, the reality is, honestly, almost always just pretty mundane, because it's like, our plane disappeared, did it? Got some bad news, that plane ain't coming back. It's just not, because they can't fly forever. They have to land somewhere, and a plane landing somewhere tends to get, some attention. And if there's been a plane crash, like out at sea, like in Lost, I'll tell you what, they don't all survive, like in Lost. They all die, because it's a horrible plane crash in the middle of the ocean. There's no magical island. They're all just dead. Sorry. Even though none of these disappearances have been scientifically linked to any out-of-this-world phenomenon, it does not mean that the stories behind them are not interesting. This certainly is the case with today's story, that of Flight 19, perhaps the most interesting and unusual of the aeroplane disappearance stories. What's up with the word aeroplane? Is it airplane or aeroplane? Like, I would always say airplane. We're going to get on the airplane. But should I be saying aeroplane? Have I just been doing that wrong? Aeroplane. That just sounds weird. It sounds like I'm in the past. Like, oh yes, darling, get the trunks. We're going to get on the aeroplane. Yes, jolly good. As to be expected, it contains all of the usual conspiracy theories. I just muted this iPad. Why am I continuing to get Discord notification sounds? Why, Apple? Why? Notifications. And there's a Discord that I think Liam... Was it Liam? I think Liam set it up. He's one of the writers. And it's very busy with all the writers and other people and such. And it keeps notifying me. And I have to say that right now I'm turning that off. I'm sorry, everybody, because I've got work to do. Unlike you guys, apparently. Whilst we'll cover the ideas behind all of these... All of what? Oh, okay, like the crazy conspiracy theories about planes disappearing. We shall also endeavour to come up with the most likely explanation as to what happened on that fateful day. Tell you what, I'm going to guess already. Guess ready. Plane crashed. So, dust off your tinfoil hat, select your beverage of choice. I'll be having coffee. Instant coffee. I ran out of capsules from my machine, and I've backup instant coffee. And it's fine. It's fine. I actually have the capsules at home. I just keep forgetting to take them to work, 'cause I'm stupid.
Yum.
So, dust off your tinfoil hat, select your beverage of choice, sit back and relax as we take a deep dive into exactly what might have happened to Flight 19. What was Flight 19? Well, let us start with Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor. I'm going with Lieutenant because Lieutenant is how we say it in the UK. Did I tell the story? I used to get in trouble for this. I watched so much Star Trek as a kid that I'd always refer to anyone called Lieutenant as Lieutenant. And I was in the cadets, in the Naval Cadets. And so I'd always be like, yes, Lieutenant. And they'd be like, Lieutenant, boy. And I'd be like, oh, sorry. Too much Star Trek.
I'm sorry.
And it's clearly spelled Lieutenant. But I always do it. If they're British, I'll use Lieutenant. If they're American or international, I'll use Lieutenant. What do Canadians do? What do Australians do? What's your... Lieutenant? I feel like you'll be Lieutenant, right? Taylor, who would go on to lead the training mission known as Flight 19, was by no means a rookie, having racked up over 2,500 hours of flight time, 600 of which were in the TBM, Avenger torpedo bombers, the same plane used for Flight 19, as well as having 2 years' experience as a flight instructor. He should have been more than qualified to lead what has been described as an exceptionally simple training exercise. It's on mute, but I keep getting notifications. Stop. And I can't turn it off in case I get a phone call. Oh, Christ. Why do we live like this? Turning off my internet, that'll solve the problem. The exercise, known as Navigation Problem Number 1, took place on the 5th of December 1945. According to the National Archives at Fort Worth, quote, Navigation Problem Number 1 required Taylor to fly eastward from Fort Lauderdale, conduct a practice bombing run at Hen and Chicken Shoals just north of Bimini, continue eastward, then turn north, fly over Grand Bahama Islands, and then turn southwest and return to base. The flight would cover approximately 316 miles and last 2 hours and 40 minutes. End quote. At 2:10 p.m., Taylor and 13 other naval personnel took off in 5 Avenger torpedo bombers. According to the records, the first leg of the exercise was completed without a hitch. However, at 3:40 p.m., it became apparent that the mission was not proceeding as it should. A transcription from the radio broadcasts between the aircraft show that one pilot radioed to another to obtain a compass bearing, and the response came back saying, I don't know where we are, or we have got lost after that last turn. Is this the one where they're like talking about something like Whitewater? Is this one? I feel like I know vaguely familiar with this conspiracy theory. After this, the afternoon only got more strange. At approximately 3:43 p.m., Lieutenant Taylor put out a radio call to a pilot on the ground saying, both my compasses are out and I am trying to find Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I am over land, but it is broken. I am sure I am in the Keys, but I don't know how far down and I don't know how to get back to Fort Lauderdale. At the time Taylor sent this message, he was completely lost. Although he believed himself to be southwest of Fort Lauderdale, he was, in fact, northeast of his intended destination. Had Taylor followed the standard operating procedure for being lost in the Atlantic and simply headed towards the sunset, he would have most likely found land and be able to reorientate himself. Yeah, this is something that any aviator's gonna know. It's like, oh, okay, the sun's over there, bada bing, bada boom, I know where that is. Doesn't matter that my compass is broken. You're gonna go where the sun is, because you have training in maps. I've taken a few flying lessons. It's quite basic. I mean, the flying's complicated, but everyone knows the sun sets in the west, guys. I get the feeling, my gut feeling about this is it's lack of oxygen, right? At altitude, that makes you go a bit loopy. There's that amazing video. Is it the guy from Veratasium? Oh, God damn it, what's that channel called? Veritasium. Boom. I've never said that out loud. Is it him who goes into that chamber where they simulate being at high altitude without oxygen? So they're like, yeah, this is what it's like at 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, or whatever. And they're like, okay, so take off the oxygen mask. And he takes off the oxygen mask and he's doing fine. And then they're like, okay, can you put the cube in the square thing? And it's like the sort of thing my 1-year-old could do. And the dude's like, it's just not working. He's just really trying, and he's happy. He's like, I just don't know what's going on. And then they're like, okay, we need you to put the mask back on, or you're you're gonna die. And he's like, hey, what mask? I don't know how to put a mask on. And he's just sitting there like an idiot. And you're like, oh my God. No, brain needs that oxygen. It's crazy. So I reckon he's going a bit loopy or something, right? Because he's not right. He should know how to figure this out. Unfortunately, he now believed that he and his planes were somewhere over the Gulf of Mexico, and so decided to fly northeast and attempt to locate the Florida Peninsula. In actual fact, he was now flying further out to sea. By this point, several of the other pilots had begun to lose faith in their leader. Where's he going? What's his name? Taylor. What's his first name? I want to use his first name. Charles. Where's Charlie going? What's he up to? Charlie, come back! Do you think he had a cool call sign? Charles Meister. The Charlester. I like that. That would be... If my name was Charles, I'd be the Charlester. Charlester! Records of the conversation between the pilots indicate that one man said over the radio, damn it, if we would just fly west, we would get home. It appears that Taylor was eventually persuaded to fly west, but shortly after 6 p.m. he reversed his decision and ordered everybody to fly east again. By this point, it is believed that at least one of the pilots had had enough of this and headed off on his own. Fuck this for a bunch of soldiers. I'm going home. F*** you, Charlie. You need more oxygen in your brain, Charles. Unfortunately for both the pilot and the other 2 men on board and the records for the story, the plane fared no better than the others. One of the problems with being lost in the sky with nowhere to land is that aircraft require fuel, and should that fuel run out, your options quickly become exceptionally limited. The scenario was quickly playing out for everybody involved in Flight 19. As the planes flew further and further out to sea, their radio transmissions became more and more faint. Taylor was heard prepping his men for a crash landing. "All planes, close up tight," he said. "We'll have to ditch unless landfall. When the plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together." A few minutes later, the Avengers' last broadcasts were replaced by nothing. Nothing apart from the persistent buzz of radio static. The surge. As you'll probably be unsurprised to hear, the Navy was not prepared to simply let this go, and a huge search was immediately launched. I'd feel a bit bad if the Navy was just like, "Oh yeah, who was it? Oh, it's Lieutenant Charlie." I'm glad that is lost, to be honest. No, they'll be like, "Let's go find them. We're the Navy, that's what we do. Let's get some ships out there, let's get some planes. Let's go find our boys. No man left behind." A huge search was immediately launched. Part of that search included the launch of 2 PBM Mariner flying boats, the fate of one of which adds more fuel to the fire of conspiracy theorists who claim that something is amiss with the official report. At 7:50 p.m., 20 minutes after it was launched, one of the flying boats also completely vanished, along with 13 crew members. Oh my. Over the next 5 days, the Navy launched more than 300 boats and planes, which would search an area of more than 300,000 square miles. Neither Flight 19 nor the missing flying boat were ever discovered. So, where did they go? Up until this point, my version of events has been largely taken from official reports, so I think it only makes sense to carry on in that vein and look at the official explanation before we start looking at some of the, shall we say, slightly more outlandish explanations. First of all, because it is the most simple disappearance to explain, we shall look at the flying boat that vanished during the search. The official Navy report suggests that this plane suffered some sort of fuel leak and exploded. This is certainly not without precedent. PBM Mariner flying boats were nicknamed the flying gas tanks because of their propensity to leak gas fumes, and it certainly wasn't the first time that one of these planes exploded. The likelihood of this scenario is further backed up by a radio message broadcast from the tanker SS Gaines Mills. While passing through the same area in which the flying boat disappeared, the captain noticed a sudden burst of flame which went on for about 10 minutes. The transcript of the message he sent reads: "At 1950, observed a burst of flames, apparently an explosion, leaping flames 100 feet high and burning for 10 minutes. Good lord. Position 28 degrees 59 minutes north, 80 degrees 25 minutes west. At present, passing through a big pool of oil. Stopped, circled area using searchlights looking for survivors. None found." End quote. The USS Solomons, which had been tracking both flying boats on radar, also reported that this was the exact point at which one of them disappeared. Now, on the face of it, this seems fairly open and closed. The notoriously unreliable aircraft suffers from a known fault and bursts into flames. We shall have to see if any of the alternative versions of the story provide a better explanation. But what about the flight for which this video was named? What about Flight 19? What did the Navy claim happened to those planes and the people on board? As with any such incident, a thorough investigation was carried out, although what happened was never definitively proved. The Board of Inquiry concluded the leader of the flight became so helplessly confused as to have suffered something akin to mental aberration. Okay, so I wasn't far off, he's just lost it, he's got a bit loopy. And I mean, the thing you'd think about first has got to be lack of oxygen or carbon monoxide poisoning, right? Further reports seem to have attributed this confusion to a number of factors. Firstly, Taylor did not actually have a clock in his plane, so he was unable to know how long the squadron had been flying in any given direction, information that is incredibly important, especially when you're flying over open water without the aid of GPS. He doesn't have a clock in his plane? What are you up to? He's not wearing a watch? What? They're like, yeah, we're just going to go up in the sky, fly around for a little bit, and come back. How long? I don't know. Until we're done. What? Secondly, as he reported in one of his radio messages, both of his compasses seemed to be malfunctioning. Thirdly, although an experienced pilot, he was new to the area and had very little experience with flying over the Bahamas. I believe it's also worth mentioning that, although I could not find any substantial evidence to back them up, I found several reports which claimed that on the morning of the incident, Taylor had been excused from duty, saying something along the lines of, "I don't want to take this one out." At least 2 of these reports claim that, due to a turbulent romantic life, he had also been drinking heavily the night before and may not have been fit for duty. What? A naval aviator? Never. As for what happens to the planes and the men on board, a report on history.navy.mil says, Quote, the most likely explanation is that the aircraft ditched as a group off the east coast of Florida, north of the Bahamas, in the face of a rapidly moving severe weather front. Prospects of survival in an Avenger ditched at sea are marginal at best, especially for the aircrewmen in the back. Ditching an Avenger at night in heavy seas would almost certainly prove fatal, causing the plane to break up, and if anyone got out, they would not last long in the cool December water and winds. So, there it is. The official version of exactly what happened to the unfortunate individuals who took part in Flight 19. Thank you so much for watching and listening to today's... No, obviously we get into the conspiracies. This is a perfectly reasonable explanation from the government. They're like, yeah, something went wrong with the guy. He got a bit lost and he crashed in the sea. Boom, done, easy. Weather was bad as well.
That's right, I said it!
From here, things get a little bit more unlikely. The Bermuda Triangle. This video, I can probably quite safely assume that you have watched similar videos, and as such, you probably don't need an explanation as to what the Bermuda Triangle is. Well, I'll tell you what, the Bermuda Triangle's not real. There's no more planes and boats going down in the Bermuda Triangle than anywhere else in the sea. However, as my grandfather used to say, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups, so here's a brief description taken from a short I wrote about it. Ah, yes, we also do shorts, like YouTube Shorts. You're welcome, world. The Bermuda Triangle, a section of ocean between Bermuda, Miami, and Puerto Rico, has for a long time been the subject of many alleged disappearances. It is claimed that more than 50 ships and 20 aircraft have mysteriously vanished without a trace in this area over the years. Given that Flight 19 would appear to have gone down inside the triangle, many people have attributed the disappearance to one of the many peculiar phenomena that are alleged to take place in this area. When I was a kid, I always thought there was a big sea monster there. Is that actually one of the theories? In my mind, it was like, there's the Bermuda Triangle. And you know when you're a kid, you just believe anything. You're like, yeah, sure, of course. Bermuda Triangle, everyone knows that real. And in my mind, there was like a giant sea octopus coming out of the water and like reaching up and grabbing planes and taking them down into the sea. Maybe this was from like some cartoon or something, but that's always what I remembered, always what I thought of when I thought of the Bermuda Triangle, like a giant sea monster destroying planes. Like reaching up like 30,000 feet into the sky, being like, yoink. Oh, chill. They're crazy thoughts. One of the more frequently suggested of these phenomena is the existence of wormholes. Okay, we're going straight there, are we, Dave? Not even sea monsters. Like, sea monsters reaching up 30,000 feet into the sky to snatch a plane from the heavens is more believable than, like, wormholes in Bermuda. These wormholes, or rips in the space-time continuum, allow aircraft or ship to instantly travel hundreds of miles almost instantaneously. Many people have claimed and continue to claim that somewhere out there in the Bermuda Triangle are various wormholes. Oh, there's more than one of them. It's littered with wormholes, which we don't even know really exist. These wormholes, or rips in the space-time continuum, allow ships or aircraft to instantly travel hundreds of miles instantaneously. Those proponents of this particular theory often cite Taylor's second radio message. Quote, I'm over land, but it is broken. I am sure I am in the Keys. End quote. Surely, the wormhole people claimed. The only way he could have gone that far off course is if he travelled through a wormhole. Yeah, that's the most. How'd he get off course? Wormhole. Why, he didn't just not pay attention. Look, this dude forgot to take a watch. He just got lost. Now, geography really isn't my thing, and understanding maps even less so. However, the likelihood that Taylor was in fact flying over the Florida Keys as he believed is incredibly low. As I previously mentioned, Taylor was new to the Bahamas. Before being based there, he had been based in the Florida Keys, and according to several people who have taken the time to study aerial photographs of both areas, the group of islands that Taylor and the rest of the squadron were flying over, located north of the Bahamas, look incredibly similar to the Florida Keys. If you add in the mix that Taylor was undoubtedly panicking, then this is certainly a forgivable mistake to make. A mistake that, more importantly, requires no wormhole activity whatsoever. Yeah, we can immediately just say it's not the wormholes. He's just looking at some land being like, well, it looks like Florida. I guess it is Florida. It's not, it's the Bahamas. Because Flight 19 has officially never been located, several books that have been written on the topic have proposed another Bermuda Triangle-related theory. The specifics of these theories vary slightly, but they all center around another radio message that Taylor sent during the incident. In this message, Taylor allegedly claims that everything looks completely wrong. They cannot see any land, and the sea appears to be a strange color. Bro is not. He's got that carbon monoxide problems. People who are determined to believe that something supernatural or otherworldly took place that day have said that this radio message is evidence that while traveling through the Bermuda Triangle, Flight 19 was unfortunate enough to travel through some sort of portal into an alternative dimension, or another world. Yet there's another thing that like altitude and not altitude, lack of oxygen can do. It can make your vision turn funny because your eyes aren't getting enough, or your brain or whatever is not getting enough oxygen to work properly. So you have these different, like there's red out and white out and black out and all of these different things of like that can just affect you in different ways. While I'm quite happy to admit that the radio message was unusual, the real question is whether or not Taylor sent it. According to a documentary that originally aired on the BBC in 1976, no such message was ever broadcast. The makers of this documentary spoke to both the officers who were in the radio tower at the time, and both of them categorically stated that they heard no such message. I wonder where it came from. It's always going to be like some dude's writing a book. He's like, I just want to sell more copies of the book. So he's like, yeah, what about the mysterious message? What mysterious message? The one I made up. Let's shift some units, baby. As pretty much all the Bermuda Triangle theories rely heavily on this, the fact that it never likely happened is fairly damning. Yes, it is. Government cover-up. So, if Flight 19 wasn't teleported to an alternative dimension, what else, beside the official report says, could have possibly happened? Why can't we just accept the official report?
Why?
It's like the government's covering up its wormholes. It's like it just crashed. Because we, as humans, often struggle to believe anything the branches of the government tell us, several private investigations have been carried out in an attempt to discover where Flight 19 went. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I don't particularly trust the government or anything. But it's like, why would they lie about this? Like, there's plenty of I'm sure they lie about, like, fairly on the regular. But most stuff is really boring, and no one cares, and there's no reason to lie. Like, the reality of most things is they're boring, and it's just boring. And that's what's going on here. It's just boring. I'm sorry. When compared to the outlandish Bermuda Triangle claims, these investigators have actually yielded some fairly interesting results. Is it going to be interesting, though? Well, let's see. During 1963, a lawyer from Florida named Graham Steichleather was hunting in the Florida swamps when he came across something quite unusual. That something was a downed aircraft with Navy markings. Inside the plane were 2 bodies. Holy How? Really? He quickly informed the authorities and the wreckage was removed. According to Steichleather, a member of Navy personnel said that it was highly likely the wreckage was something to do with the Flight 19 incident. Curious to find out more, he made several attempts to discover the identity of the 2 bodies found in the plane, but was repeatedly rebuffed. I don't think that's realistic, is it?
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, thanks for finding this plane. It's probably got something to do with Flight 19. Why would they say that? They'd just be like, thank you, sir, have a good day. And then they'd just turn away. Like, the military's not in the business of, like, just revealing random bits of information to civilians. It's not what they do. They're trained not to do that. They're just like, they shut up, the person comes, they take the plane away, and that's that. It's the military. It's not like, talk about all the shit you've done. That you just shut the up. It's the military. Apparently, having grown weary of being refused information by the Navy, Steichleather contacted a friend of his who worked at the Pentagon. This friend allegedly told him they would get no further information, and he should immediately drop the case. No, again, like, someone at the Pentagon's not like, that is in movies only. It's like, I think you should drop this. That's only going to make the person more interested. You just make something up. You'd be like, oh no, it's related to like a training exercise in like 1982, and the guy's name was this, and the guy's name was that. Do you want anything else? And you'd be like, nah, it's really boring. Thanks though, mate. That's it. You're not like, don't speak about this ever again. That's just insane. That only happens in the movies. Instead of doing that, he would later join forces with another investigator, Tom Marr, who believed that instead of crashing far out to sea as the Navy claimed, several of the planes may have turned back and actually crashed somewhere in the Florida swamps. Given that Steichleather appears to have found the correct model of plane with Navy markings, this theory is not entirely without merit. Although the squadron was under the command of the Navy, it included several Marine pilots, and it is these pilots that Marr believes may have broken away from the main group and taken their chances on their own. In 2013, Marr filed a Freedom of Information request in one final attempt to find out who had been on board the downed aircraft. Unfortunately, this request was denied on the grounds that the names of the recovered bodies had been redacted from the Navy's records. Marr believes that the aircraft was one flown by Marine Captain Edward Paz, Sergeant Hal Thompson, the gunner, and Sergeant George Paunessa, the radio man. Now, you're probably thinking there are only 2 bodies found in the aircraft. What happened to the third? Marr believes that the radio man, George Paunessa, somehow survived the crash and, for reasons unknown, decided to go into hiding for the rest of his life. It's getting a bit far-fetched. I mean, it was a bit far-fetched because we know they're not in the Florida Keys unless they travel through some sort of magical wormhole. It's just another plane that the Navy crashed because it's the Navy. They're probably crashing planes like fairly regularly. Obviously, this idea appears to be completely insane. However, there is one piece of evidence that lends a little credence to this theory. Okay, let's see. While researching the archives of the Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale Museum, Ma discovered a copy of a telegram sent from the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville just a couple of days after Flight 19 disappeared. This telegram, which was addressed to the family of Panessa, reads, "I am very much alive. Signed, Georgie." While it is most likely that this is, at best, a misguided attempt by an unknown individual to provide false hope to the family, and at worst, somebody's idea of an amusing prank, the family, for understandable reasons, believes it to be genuine. When interviewed, an employee at the museum, yeah, but they're super biased, aren't they? Of course they want to read it. And why do you say this is at best a misguided attempt to provide false hope, or it's a prank? I'll be like, at best it's a prank, and at worst it's someone's trying to with someone who's just lost a family's just lost their family member. When interviewed, an employee of the museum, Minerva Bloom, told a reporter, "The telegram is believed to be a hoax by many, but I'm not 100% sure because the family believes it's authentic." As only close family members knew his nickname Georgie. Well, his name's George. They only close family members knew he was called Georgie. Really? The one problem with the cover-up theory is that nobody seems to be able to provide even a slightly plausible explanation as to why. I mean, I fell down a Reddit rabbit hole which provided an amazingly detailed theory about how the entirety of Flight 19 had been abducted by aliens, a theory which included many more alleged broadcasts from Taylor, the last of which said, "I know where I am now, don't try and come after me." According to this theory, the United States Navy were not only aware of the alien involvement, but had actually arranged for planes and pilots to be taken away in some sort of technology swap. Yes. The aliens that have traveled to our planet are very interested in our amazing technology. The aliens that have traveled light years through space, fascinated by our iPhones. Jesus, come on. Because, an alien species was capable of traveling to Earth, successfully abducting 5 airplanes and their crew and transporting them all back to their home planet, so they'd obviously be interested in our technology. Exactly, Dave. But apart from that highly likely sequence of events, unless I'm missing something incredibly obvious, there doesn't appear to be any logical reason why the Navy would want to disappear a large amount of valuable equipment and personnel. Again, I'm open to suggestions. Maybe Simon could think of a reason, or maybe somebody can post one in the comments section. I'm sure people will, but I'm just like, the plane's crashed! The guy got a bit loopy for whatever reason, crashed his planes. Boom! Done! So let's do a quick recap. Do we think that the disappearance of Flight 19 was an unfortunate and tragic accident caused mainly by pilot error? Or do we think that mysterious forces at work in the Bermuda Triangle transported the planes way off course and caused them to vanish into an alternate dimension? Incidentally, and I did not know this until carrying out research for this script, although it might appear that an unusual number of boats and aircraft have gone missing within the Triangle, given the fact that it is a particularly high-traffic area, a plane crashing or a boat sinking is no more statistically likely there than anywhere else. I told ya! Additionally, given that the Triangle covers some 500,000 square miles, it is not all that surprising that things have been lost there that are difficult to find. If you don't believe me, then perhaps you will believe the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, who state on their website, "There is no evidence that mysterious disappearances occur with any greater frequency in the Bermuda Triangle than in any other large, well-traveled area of the ocean." As boaters and flyers continue to venture through the Triangle without event. Lastly, we have the option of a military or government cover-up. While I accept that the Navy's reluctance to provide any information on the downed aircraft and its occupants might be taken by some people as evidence that they're trying to hide something, military organizations are notoriously secretive. Furthermore, we don't actually have any evidence apart from hearsay that the downed aircraft was anything to do with Flight 19. In fact, I never actually found any indisputable evidence that the plane ever existed at all. As for the story of the alleged survivor who sent a telegram to his family, if you believe that you survived some sort of military plot to get rid of you, would you really send a telegram to your family from a naval airbase? I suppose you could have been in shock after surviving a plane crash, but it seems a little bit risky to me. For the record, boring as it may seem, I'm inclined to believe the official version. However, as always, I'll leave it up to you, Simon, to make up your own mind on the matter. Dave, come on, mate, you know what I was going to say. If it's not the official version, it is something as boring as the official version. Because any video that contains the Bermuda Triangle always results in a plethora of interesting theories, I look forward to reading the comment section on this one. Yes, short episode today. Thank you so much for being here. If you liked it, smash that like button if you're listening to it. Like I say, leave a review. It's the best thing you can do. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. I, as always, am your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Ilza. Thank you, Ilza, very kind, has written me a script. The true mystery of the pyramids. How were they built? Well, I'll tell you what, it was aliens. No, it wasn't. We talked about this, haven't we covered this before? I feel like maybe, I don't know. I remember making a video a while back, and there's this wild theory. I think it was on the Today I Found Out channel. There's this theory that they built the pyramids using like some old school cement. Like, I think it's not like the most popular theory, but it's like a genuine theory that's out there that they somehow like ground down stones. Is this how cement works? I realize it sounds really dim because I'm like, how do they make rocks from like liquids? And obviously it hardens up. But they made some sort of ancient cement and then used blocks to like pour this cement and make the pyramids like that rather than just cutting the stone and then moving it around. And I was like, well, that's super interesting. But I don't know if that's even going to be mentioned today because I don't think it's like the most popular theory. But it was an interesting one. There's all sorts of evidence for it. And I was like, I don't think I was like fully convinced by the end, but I was quite like, wow. Okay, that's a wild one, isn't it? Anyway, let's just jump in, shall we? The format of the show, if you're new here, first of all, hello, thank you for being here. Thank you for not clicking off with my rambles. Is I've never read this before. We're going to read and explore it together. Egypt, a land of mystery, of enchantment, of sands. Oh, so much sands. Also home of the greatest mathematicians to ever exist. I'm referring to the camels, of course. Okay. And finally, the land of the pyramids. How are camels like excellent mathematicians? What joke am I missing? Everyone's going to be a Simon, you're so dim. Don't you get the joke or the reference? And I'm like, no, I don't. Oh, God. Why do I admit these things? Why don't I just be like a normal person and be like, yeah, the camels with the maths. Hey, I get that. I get the joke. I'm a big brain. Because let's be honest, while Egypt may have a lot to offer the world, the first thing most people think about when Egypt comes to mind is pyramids. More specifically, the pyramids at Giza. And there's a good reason for this. They're pretty impressive. I have to say, I only recently discovered that the pyramids are quite close to civilization. For some reason in my mind, I've never been to Egypt. I'd quite like to go. I'd like to see the pyramids. That'd be cool. Why have I never been? I want to go to Egypt. Now I've got kids. It's like you can't just, go away for a week to like check out the pyramids. It's like, is it child appropriate? Is there a good hotel where we can stay, where they've got appropriate for the kids to do? Do the kids even want to go and see the pyramids? Because if I was a kid, that's not the I'd want to do. It's the sort of parents would drag me to. I'd be like, oh God, it's so hot. There's so much walking. Please, no. I don't care. And my dad would be like, this is 5,000 years old. I'd be like, Dad, you know what's not 5,000 years old? The hotel has got air conditioning. Can we please go home? Well, I just found out how close to civilization they were. I really thought they were out in the middle of the desert and you'd sort of have to sit on a bus for about 6 hours to go to see the pyramids. But they're really close to the city. It's like, I saw this picture and I was like, wow, they're really just right there. It's quite cool. I mean, because then you'd have to sit on a bus for 6 hours to go and see something. For many, oh my God, we're 5 lines in. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. We are going to get to this about how they build the pyramids. I do promise you. This show isn't always like this. I mean, it kind of is, but it also isn't. We do have facts and things to entertain you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
For many, the civilization of ancient Egypt is synonymous with the pyramid builders. However, there are only 118 pyramids in Egypt. Only? That's a lot of pyramids. I thought there were like 6. And while they did build pyramids for around 1,000 years, well, that does make them sound kind of lazy, doesn't it? The ancient Egyptian civilization... Simon, you're calling all those ancient slaves who built these things lazy. Like, no, sorry. And the ancient civilization lasted for over 3,000 years. To put this into some perspective, Cleopatra, the last Egyptian pharaoh, ending 5,000 years of dynastic rule, lived closer to the moon landing than she did to the building of the pyramids at Giza. And I'll tell you what, that's what happens when you put a woman in charge. Am I right? I'm not right. It's a joke. It's a joke, please. Someone will clip that and do it as a short or whatever. And be like, oh, for God's sake, it's a joke. Did Cleopatra take a trip out to the desert to gaze in wonder? Although you've got to wonder, she was a woman and she was the law. I have no idea what this history is. I just don't know. Was Cleopatra the one with Mark Antony? And then the Romans came and, like, killed her? Something like that. Or she killed herself? Oh my God, I know I should know this. Did Cleopatra take a trip out to the desert to gaze in wonder at the grand monuments to her ancestors? Was she as captivated with the pyramids as later generations would be? Or was it just another feature of Egypt, a looming monument at first revered but later used as shade by Bedouin merchants and eventually building material? The discovery and subsequent deciphering of the Rosetta Stone in 1822 went a long way to solve some of the mysteries of ancient Egypt. But there's still a lot we don't know about the pyramids. One of the greatest mysteries is a fairly simple question. How were these majestic monuments built? The story of the pyramids. A pyramid is not a lone standing massive tomb honouring cat lovers. It forms part of a larger burial complex in ancient Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to become gods after death, so they had tombs befitting future gods, filled with everything a pharaoh would need in the afterlife, depending on the pharaoh in question. And when the complex was built, it might include a palace, temples, and solar boat pits, because every pharaoh worth his salt needed at least one solar boat to join Ra on his sunset cruise. It's like, you want to make fun of these old religions, but they look at religion today and you're like, it seems really bizarre, isn't it? I mean, maybe not with the solar boats to join Ra, but there's weird stuff in modern religion, especially the weirder religions. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of records left to tell us what many of the buildings in the complex and the chambers inside the pyramids themselves were used for, just one of the many, many mysteries of the pyramids. Considering how long it took to build a pyramid, it's believed that a pharaoh would get started on this project as soon as he or she was sitting on that throne. Building a pyramid is quite an undertaking, so the pharaoh would create a team consisting of an observer, the chief engineer, and architect, supported by a well-fed workforce to actually build whatever the engineer and architect came up with, much like construction companies today. Since the pharaoh was basically a god on earth, they had access to almost infinite resources in both manpower and building materials, so no dream was too big for the pharaoh. Yeah, and that's why the big pyramids. What's the big one called? Like the Great Pyramid, the King's Pyramid, something like that. That was like the biggest building in the world for thousands of years. It's quite crazy. The pyramids at Giza are probably the best known and most impressive of the pyramids, but they weren't the first. Much like the Sistine Chapel wasn't Michelangelo's first painting, the pyramids at Giza weren't the ancient Egyptians' first rodeo. If we look at the older pyramids, we can see how the ancient Egyptians experimented with both the design and construction techniques, and through trial and error, learned what worked and what really didn't. Like many worthwhile pursuits, pyramid building was an evolving art. The Step Pyramid of Saqqara was the first pyramid ever built. Imhotep, or the Mummy, as I know him, created... Oh, is this the person from The Mummy? The bad dude from The Mummy, who's like evil and like mummifies people with scarab beetles. Was that what happened? I remember I watched that movie. I saw that movie with school. Like, we went on a summer trip, like every year, for like a week. Was it every year? It was something like this. And for some reason, we ended up watching The Mummy in the cinema. It's like, great. It's like going to the cinema with school. Okay. Brendan Fraser, looking awesome. Being the Indiana Jones of my childhood. So he created the Step Pyramid for King Djoser during the Third Dynasty by stacking 6 mastabas on top of each other, getting progressively smaller towards the top. Djoser sounds like something that should be read without the D, like King Djoser, or like Djoser. I'm just going to go for Djoser because it sounds cool. And I'm not going to look it up because I don't want to. I feel like I've looked it up before and it was Djoser or Joes. Whatever. I could look it up. I mean, I could. It's just I like reading and I don't want to. It's like when you read, like this is for me, is it's as little like a job as possible. And when you're reading a book at home, you're not looking up the pronunciations, are you? And I don't want to do the same thing. And I know people are like, Simon, the least you could do is make some effort. And I'm like, yes, I could. But some effort sometimes just seems like too much effort, doesn't it? Sorry. Leave me a bad review if you want. A mastaba is a rectangular burial mound with sloping walls and a flat roof in which earlier kings had been buried. They were mostly made from mud bricks, but some were made of stone. The next step in the evolution of the pyramid was Sneferu's pyramid, also known as the Bent Pyramid, built at Dashur, south of Cairo. This was the second pyramid built for Sneferu after the first of Sneferu sounds like a Pokemon. Sneferu evolves into a Sneferix. How's a Pokemon? Does sound like a Pokemon. After the first attempt at medium was abandoned before completion, the lower part of the bent pyramid was built at an angle of 54 to 55 degrees. However, the upper section was built at an angle of 43 degrees, which gives the pyramid its recognizable shape. The bent pyramid faces a number of difficulties. Firstly, the site for the bent pyramid consisted of loose, sandy soil, which didn't provide a solid foundation for what would become a very heavy building. On top of that, don't build your castle on sand. Everybody knows that. On top of that, the earliest pyramids were built with layers of stone sloping inward to form the body of the pyramid. This was already a very unstable design, and along with the less than adequate foundation, the whole thing started sinking. In an attempt to prevent further problems, the architects reduced the slope towards the top, giving the pyramid its very recognizable bent look. However, S.i.R wasn't a pharaoh to give up on his dream of a proper pyramid to loom over his subjects after he passed on to the next realm and commissioned a third pyramid. This third, final pyramid, the Red Pyramid, was built a short distance away from the bent one and used what would become the blueprints for future pyramids. It took a while, but they got there in the end. The Red Pyramid, according to some, served as a prototype for the Great Pyramid. Oh, that's it, not the King's Pyramid. The Great Pyramid, as it incorporated some of the valuable lessons that the builders had learned by this point. Future pyramids were built on solid rock to ensure proper foundation and support. It sounds like... Guys, come on, obviously. What happens to sand? Moves around. What's really heavy? Rock. Come on, use your big brains. Instead of attempting inward-sloping stones, the ancient pyramid builders realized that stacking stones on top of each other horizontally would make for a far more stable construction, so they used large blocks at the bottom to better distribute the load with smaller blocks towards the top. Squares and plumbs were used to take precise measurements to maintain the right shape. After all, the bent pyramid wasn't exactly the gold standard in pyramid building. S.i.R, the Pokemon dude, abandoned it. He was like, yeah, no, first one sucks, second one's rubbish, let's try again. All of the people building it, oh, for God's sake, S.i.R. How many times? Just enjoy the bent one, S.i.R. It's perfect. It's unique, S.i.R. But they wouldn't say that because it'd probably, like, murder them. Or, like, I imagine trap them in a basement with some scarab beetles and ghosts. The burial chamber would be placed inside the pyramid itself instead of in the ground underneath the pyramid. Corbelled ceilings... No idea what that is. Corbelled. Let's look that up. You can just touch it, and it lets you look it up. Supported on corbels. Oh, that's helpful. What's a corbel? Corbel. In architecture, a corbel is a piece of stone. Thanks, dictionary. Real helpful right there. Corbelled ceilings were used to create the spacious rooms within the pyramid without sacrificing the structural integrity of the pyramid. Pyramids were also built on natural hills to give a little bit of extra height without extra layers of stone, and finally pyramids would be finished off with fine white limestone. The Great Pyramid of Giza could be considered the pinnacle of pyramid building, and much of what we know about pyramid construction is based on the pyramids at Giza. The Great Pyramid was constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu around 2550 BCE. It's the largest of the three pyramids, towering over the Giza Plateau, and stands at around 438 feet. When it was finished, it stood an impressive 478 feet. What happens? It was built using around 2.3 million stone blocks, weighing an average of 2.5 to 15 tons each.
Like, what?
No way. No. That's insane. 2.3? I thought it would be like maybe 2,000. If someone asked me, how many giant bricks do you think make up the temple? The pyramid, like 1.5 to 2.3 tons. I'll be like, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000, but it's 2.3 million. Good Lord. I have to look that up. I almost don't believe it. Great Pyramid, number of stones, 2.3 million. I'm sorry for doubting you, Ilza. I just can't believe that number. Good Lord almighty. 5.5 million tons of limestone. That's insane! I feel like if you just watched this video and just learned that, this video was worthwhile, wasn't it? Smash that like button. The second pyramid at Giza was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, the son of Khufu, around 2520 BC. His pyramid may have been a little smaller, but he made up for that by including the Sphinx in his necropolis as well. Finally, the third of the pyramids. Have I told this story before? I thought for the longest time that the Sphinx, you know, there's Tutankhamun, and he has that, like, really pimp gold mask that he wore, like, on his, like, box or whatever. What's it called? Why can't I remember the word for the box that you're buried in? It's not a tomb. Everyone's screaming this right now. Coffin! What's going on? He had this, like, really cool gold mask on his coffin for the longest time. I don't know why. Literally until maybe a few years ago, I thought that was the Sphinx. I thought that that mask was like the size of the Sphinx. And I'm like, wow, no one harvested that gold? That's so much gold. The whole Sphinx is made out of gold. And then it turns out, disappointingly, the Sphinx is just made of boring rock and doesn't even have a nose. And the mask thing is just some small mask that Tutankhamun wore. I also thought Tutankhamun's name was Tutankhamun for the longest time. It's not correct. Why do I admit these things? It's just embarrassing. Finally, the third of the pyramids is quite a bit smaller than the first two and was built during the reign of Pharaoh Menkora around 2490 BCE. What he lacks in the height of his pyramid, he made up for in the size of his penis. Not really, it doesn't say that. It's just a joke. He made up for in the complexity of the mortuary temple found in his burial complex. Initially, the pyramids were encased in smooth white limestone and made them. I'm just thinking about the pyramid builders, right? There's like all the kings, and there's the guy with the giant king pyramid. And then there was probably some guy later on, and he was like, nah, just bury me normally. And on my inscription, on the tomb, on my little, mini-sized pyramid that's barely taller than myself, just write, didn't need to compensate for anything, did I? Boom! And then the archaeologist looks inside, and there's some sort of like Rasputin's preserved penis in there. What's wrong with you, Simon? Why do you think this way?
What's wrong with you?
Was anyone else thinking that when we talk about the size of their... Anyone else? Is it just me? These pharaohs with their tiny willies. Initially, the pyramids were encased in smooth white limestone, which made them highly visible because a huge pyramid in the middle of the desert is not visible enough. However, over the centuries, the pyramids have been plundered by grave robbers and the casings were removed to use in other construction projects. When the New Kingdom period from around 1550 BCE to 1070 BCE arrived, the pharaohs had a change of heart and address and opted to be buried in the Valley of the Kings, located about 300 miles south of Giza instead. Well, that makes sense. Where do you want to be buried? Where should we bury each other? I don't know, in the desert. Or, alternatively, in the Valley of the Kings. I mean, it's even named... I know it came later. It's just a stupid joke. I don't know why. Located around 300 miles south of Giza, pyramid building as a hobby declined in popularity, and today Khufu is still the man with the biggest burial tomb ever, and also the small... It also didn't do him any good, however, as while we found this tomb, his actual remains were never found. I guess size doesn't necessarily mean security. Who built... I don't know if that's a penis joke. Maybe it is. Maybe it is also not appropriate. Who built the pyramids? When we look at how the pyramids were built, an important question to ask is who built the pyramids? There are a lot of wonderful theories involving aliens and Atlantis. Yeah, but look, if you look at the Great Pyramid from a distance, it looks really cool. But if you look at it up close, all the rocks are like higgledy-piggledy and a bit and it's like, well, if aliens are going to build it, assuming they flew like all the way across the universe, they're going to at least line up the rocks properly. They're not going to just be like, yeah, we did higgledy-piggledy with our spaceship and it works out great. One thing spaceships are not is higgledy-piggledy. Although that International Space Station is quite higgledy-piggledy. Why do I keep saying higgledy-piggledy?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
It's like because they just fly up all bits and attach it on there. So actually maybe spacecrafts are higgledy-piggledy. I worry now that higgledy-piggledy is a British term, and all the Americans listening, which is the majority of you, hello America, you're thinking, what the f*** is he talking about? What is higgledy-piggledy? It means like messy, like all kind of jammed together. There are lots of wonderful theories involving aliens and Atlantis, but I'm sure aliens have far more important things to do than build pyramids in a desert, and Atlantis only ever lived in the imagination of Plato. The people responsible for the marvels of ancient Egypt were the people who lived there, the ancient Egyptians. It's shocking, we know. A popular notion is that the pyramids were built by slaves. However, the discovery of the lost city of the pyramid builders by Egyptologist Mark Lenner proves otherwise. The city was found close to Menkare's pyramid, the last to be built on Giza's plateau. Lenner and his team made quite a few other important discoveries, such as the oldest bakery ever found in Egypt, containing a cache of bread pots and an ancient chamber which turned out to be the oldest pillared hall ever discovered in Egypt, filled with low benches. Being an archaeologist like this got me cool. Like, a mate of mine's an archaeologist, and I get the feeling in a lot of his life, it's still cool, but he spends a lot of his time, like, very carefully documenting stuff, and then spending time inside buildings in labs and stuff, and less, like, breaking into old bakeries and, like, finding these things. But it's still pretty cool, right? That's a cool job. It could have been a dining hall, but we don't really know. The team also uncovered 170 meters, that's around a 550 feet long blocks of modern-looking, non-domestic galleries, most likely used as barrack housing for the permanent labor force, consisting of around 1,600 to 2,000 workers. A building containing hundreds of seals dating back to the time of Kaffa and Menkure, probably used by officials to keep track of the sizable operation of feeding and housing the workers, proved that bureaucracy was alive and well in Egypt, and another building, a storehouse, contained circular bins, most likely used to store grain. On top of all that, the remains of animal bones show that the inhabitants feasted on sheep and goat and even beef, the best meat available in ancient Egypt. And honestly, the best meat available today. God, maybe I think I'm gonna have steak for dinner tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna have a delicious steak. Done. Decision made.
Yum.
Tombs discovered at the foot of the pyramids indicate that the workers were buried in a place of honor, and the bodies showed heel fractures, which means access to solid healthcare. Slaves, these people were not. The workforce most likely consisted of a core group of highly skilled and specialized builders and craftsmen that were employed on a permanent basis. This smaller group would have spent the year cutting stones and doing the survey and preparation work. This group of specialists was then supported by a rotating labor force, most likely agricultural workers, who would spend around 3 months of the year working on the pyramids when things on the farm slowed down for the season. The labor force might have included as many as 25,000 men, and they would have been the ones hauling the stone from the quarries and putting them into place on actual pyramids themselves. The permanent workforce most likely lived in the pyramid builder's town, while the seasonal workforce probably lived in the temporary camp closer to the site. The workmen hauling, setting, and casing the stones were divided into gangs, and each gang probably consisted of around 200 people. Graffiti uncovered in the early 20th century shows that the gangs even had names, such as Friends of Khufu and the Drunkards of Menkure. That definitely means. It's like, what's your group called? Friends of the King? What's your group called? Drunkards of the area. I'll be like, I'm with you, you friends. Where beeth the pub? Apparently, the workers under Menkure had a bit more fun. Yes, they did. How were they actually built? How do you go about building a pyramid? First off, you need a rectangular base. Wait, aren't they square? Oh, I guess a square is a type of rectangle, right? Or is a rectangular type of square? What way round does that go? I'm going to assume it's the first way, because pyramids are square, right? When laying out this base, it's vital to take correct measurements to make sure your pyramid is going to look like a pyramid, and of course make sure that it's not going to fall down. Ancient Egyptians didn't have access to all the amazing tools that we have today. No, they're better, they're the aliens! But if there's one thing we can say for our ancestors, it's that they didn't lack in the department of creativity and ingenuity. To keep things as accurate as possible, the Egyptians developed and used the cubit measuring rod, which looks like a ruler marked with hieroglyphs to measure the dimensions and layout of the pyramids, as well as the square level, basically a triangle with a plumb bob attached to level horizontal surfaces. That's a genius invention, whoever came up with that. It's really clever. And it's like, thinking about, imagine if you go back in time like thousands of years and all the inventions that you could come up with, people will be like, yeah, we don't have the wheel. And you just be like, okay, cool, what do you do? Make this big circle thing, punch a hole in the middle, put a stick through it. Boom! And people will be like, holy how did we not think of this? But I'd also be like, if I was back there, I'm sure I wouldn't invent any of this Too stupid. Some also suggest that they used water-filled trenches to make sure that the perimeter was perfectly level. Once you have this base, you start adding layers, with each layer being smaller than the last. The core of the pyramid was usually built using local limestone. It's not the good quality stuff yet, because no one is going to see this core for a few thousand years, at which point everyone associated with this thing is dead and gone, and so there'll be no embarrassment. The outer layer of stone, or casing stone, is the good quality limestone, which will give your pyramids the lovely white sheen that will really make it stand out against the landscape. The casing stone needed to be cut to ensure that a nice, smooth, inclined surface was there. I'm doing this with the kitchen right now. Like, we're out with a kitchen. We're renovating a house that's been going on forever, and they're finally putting in the kitchen. And our builder was like, you should go to IKEA. And it's like, well, I don't really want to do my kitchen in IKEA, because I'm a snob. No, it was just we wanted something, because in my mind, IKEA's just a bit... IKEA's great, don't get me wrong, but I don't imagine it's going to last as long as, like, a carpenter kitchen. And the builder was like, nah, mate, at least the insides. Just go to IKEA, they'll design everything, and then have the insides at least made by IKEA. If you want, like, fancier doors put on, we could do that, but just get IKEA to make all the insides. They're the bits that no one sees. And it doesn't matter, and IKEA do an amazing job, so I'm like, okay, save me a fortune. The casing stone needed to be cut to ensure that nice, smooth, inclined surface. To do this, the workers used copper chisels and saws that had to be sharpened regularly, as copper is a pretty soft metal. Some of the stones actually show markings where work had to stop for a chisel to be sharpened before work on said stone could continue. Finally, the capstone of your pyramid is going to be a really hard stone, usually granite or basalt. The capstone was then plated with gold, silver, or an alloy of gold and silver to really make it pop. And so we have the plan, we have the foundation, and now we need stone. Lots and lots of stone. And 2.3 million! Quarrying the stone. A lot of your more alternative historians claim that ancient Egyptians couldn't have built the pyramids because they had no way of cutting the stone. However, it's amazing what you can do when you have a workforce of 20,000 people. Yeah, imagine all the YouTube videos I could make. What the Egyptians may have lacked in technology, they simply made up for with sheer numbers. Stone was quarried using copper chisels and saws, along with an abrasive like quartz sand to cut soft stone like sandstone, and limestone for harder stone. For harder stone like granite, diorite, and basalt, something a little stronger was needed. So the workers turned to another stone, dolerite, to make dolerite pounders, basically a round ball of the hard black rock. Most of the stone used in the building of the pyramids at Giza are quarried on the Giza Plateau. The stone used for Khufu's pyramid was quarried from a horseshoe-shaped quarry just south of the pyramid, while the blocks for Menkare's pyramid probably came from a quarry located south-southeast of the pyramid itself. Higher quality limestone for the casings probably came from the quarry at Tura, about 10 miles south of Cairo on the Nile River. In order to cut the limestone blocks, workers would first chisel out a slot along 3 sides of the block. Once the work was done, they would drill holes along the bottom edge of the block and insert levers into the holes to break the stone loose from the quarry wall. All of this is amazing and everything, and it's always like, this is so cool, like these giant things they're building. But do you think all of these guys are like, oh, for God's sake, it's just a fancy tomb, no one's even going to use it? I wish we were building something like a school or a hospital, instead of just this fancy building for a dude who's gonna die and thinks he's a god. I mean, he is a god! The pegs would be filled with water and expand, splitting the stone. God, that's clever.
Smart.
Once the stone was broken free, the block of granite would be slid down into a waiting boat. No fancy machinery needed, just human creativity. The expanding the wood to split the stone is just so big brain. I couldn't think of that today. Even if I didn't know about that now, and someone was like, work out a way to split this stone, I just wouldn't be able to figure it out. I'd be like, oh, we got to wait for winter, and we'll pour some water in there, and the water will freeze. And it's like, no, you just put some wood in there. I just wouldn't think it would be strong enough. Wow, this is so cool. Now we have the stone, we're faced with another problem, moving the incredibly heavy blocks of stone from point A to point B. Transporting the stone. The pyramids were built well before the ancient Egyptians started using the wheel, so how they moved the stones from the quarry to the actual building site is one of the many mysteries of the pyramids. However, we have a few theories. 2 of these theories involve water. According to one theory, the blocks were levered onto wooden sleds and then hauled along by teams of workers. However, if you've ever tried dragging anything over sand, you'll know that dry sand will pile up in front of the thing that you're dragging. In the case of the pyramid builders, a sled, until it becomes almost impossible to move. If you've got enough people, I'll just have like 5 dudes just at the front of the block, just constantly digging it out. Just be like moving that sand, and then you'd have like 1,000 dudes just like pulling on strings. And it's just a lot of dudes. You'd just be like, let's go. There's so many people can really solve a whole lot of problems. However, scientists have found that wet sand would reduce the friction and eliminate the sand piles, making it much easier for a team of people or animals to move something like a heavy block of stone. The water to sand ratio is important though. Too much water and you'll end up with mud, which will just bog down whatever you're trying to move, while the correct ratio will create capillary bridges connecting grains of sand to each other and making it easy to slide something heavy over the wet sand. That's amazing. It's amazing that they came up with this. Artwork in tombs also supports this theory. The tomb of, good lord, unpronounceable pharaoh Djehuittotep, which dates to around 1900 BCE, contains a depiction of a team of around 170 men dragging a statue around 20 feet high, with one person walking in front of it and moistening the sand. Originally, Egyptologists thought that this had some religious significance, but perhaps the purpose of this was scientific rather than religious. This would be fine for blocks quarried on the Giza Plateau, but what about the blocks coming all the way from Tura and Aswan? To move these blocks, our ingenious Egyptians harnessed the power of the Nile. Today, the Nile River doesn't come anywhere near the Giza Plateau, it's miles away. However, this might not have always been the case. Using fossilized pollen particles, a multinational team of researchers have proven that a now lost branch of the Nile River once linked the Nile to the Giza Plateau, meaning that the blocks coming from afar could be shipped to the pyramids instead of being dragged overland. Some theorize that the Egyptians built a complex of canals that led right up to the base of the Giza Plateau, making the transportation even more efficient. Excavations have also uncovered what could be a port at Giza near the workers' town built for Menkare's pyramid, which would have been used to bring in not only the blocks but also the supplies for the workers. Much like our first water theory, there is some historical record to back it up. In 2013, archaeologist Pierre Tallet made an astonishing discovery. While excavating caves determined to be some sort of boat storage depot used around 4,600 years ago, a few miles inland from the Red Sea in Wadi al-Jarf, he came across rolls of papyrus, some a few feet long and relatively intact, written in hieroglyphics, as well as hieratic, a cursive writing system used in ancient Egypt. As it turned out, he had discovered some of the oldest known papyri. Look, papyruses. Among the papyri was the journal of an official named Mera, who led a crew of around 200 men who travelled from one end of Egypt to the other, picking up and delivering goods like some sort of ancient UPS. One of these trips included stopping at S.i.R, a town along the Nile known for its limestone quarry, picking up some limestone and shipping it up the Nile River to the Giza Plateau, a journey of around 10 miles. Both Mark Lenner, the man who found the workers' village, and Tallet feel that the harbour at Wadi al-Jarf was an important harbour for the pyramid project. Other than the stone from S.i.R, the Egyptians needed vast amounts of copper for their tools. The main source of copper was the mines in the Sinai Desert, just opposite Wadi al-Jarf. Of course, there were also a few food sources in the Sinai and surrounds, so it would have been up to the teams, like Mariner's men, to not only get the copper and quarry blocks to Giza, but also to get food from the rich agricultural lands along the Nile to the men working at the mines in Sinai, extracting the copper. Early Egyptians loved their bureaucracy and team leaders. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love bureaucracy? I'm in the process of getting like a document renewed with the government, and they're like, okay, great, make an appointment and come in. And I'm like, okay, so I'll bring this with me. And they're like, no, this is the appointment for making the appointments. And I'm like, oh, for fuck, why? 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 Why?
Huh? Why not?
Why would you have it like this? It makes no sense. It is just bureaucracy. And I love it. Like Mera, who would have team leaders like Mera, who would have travelled with most, if not all, of their written records because they had to account for their time. Apparently, we can blame the ancient Egyptians for the concept of timesheets. Oh, is this like? Is a timesheet? I think I worked in a shop and they'd have this machine where you go in and then there's this big wall and they have these little cards and then you like take the card and you drop it in a machine. It's like, and then you take it out and you put it on the wall and it has like a list of when you came in and when you go out so they can pay you correctly. And I remember always being like, I'm gonna finish my shift and then I'm gonna use the toilet, you know, for a proper amount of time, like empty my, you know. You guys don't need details. And then I definitely always stamped it out afterwards because I loved getting paid to have a poo. It's possible that the records were buried at Wadi al-Jarf simply because it was the last trip the team made. Regardless, the journal definitely supports the theory that the Nile River was used to transport blocks and that the ancient Egyptians built canals redirecting the Nile to go where they wanted it to go. An older theory that I remember from my childhood is still considered a plausible means of transportation, but it has lost some ground to the whole river theory. This theory states that the stone blocks were put on a sledge. Wooden logs called rollers were then placed underneath the sledge, using a path paved with gypsum or hardened clay to prevent the blocks from sinking into the loose desert sands. The sledge would be dragged to the construction site. One group of workers would pull the block with ropes, while another would move the rollers from the back of the sledge to the front to keep the whole business moving forward. Yeah, I remember being taught this, or like learning this when I was a kid. I think that's what people just were like, yeah, that's how they did it. And they're like, no, they did some genius thing with capillaries. I'm like, holy that's cool. I like that this was all happening like thousands of years ago. And it's like, just today people are like, they're updating it and the books get changed. It's like, history's cool. While this is a good theory, there is a problem. Egypt was not exactly covered in forests, so wood was not an abundant, infinite resource. It was relatively scarce in ancient Egypt, and much of it was imported. Unlike the first two theories, there also hasn't been any proof in the archaeological record to back this up. However, future research will prove once and for all how exactly the blocks were moved from quarry to construction site, but for now the blocks have finally arrived at the pyramid. Now you need to start stacking them. However, how exactly this was done might be the biggest mystery of all. Placing the stone. Yeah, so far it's like we're doing a show called Decoding the Unknown. It's like, so far there's no mysteries. It's like they did this, and then they did this, and then they did that. Thanks for the history lesson, Simon. Get to the mystery fact, boy. In 450 BCE, Greek historian Herodotus visited the pyramids and speculated that machines were used to build these awe-inspiring monuments. Today, scholars assume that the machines he was referring to were probably cranes. Back in ancient times, Egyptian farmers used a shaduf, a wooden crane-like device, to raise water from the Nile to irrigate their land, so this contraption would have been available to the pyramid builders. According to this theory, hundreds of these crane-like contraptions were used to lift the blocks from one level to the next. This is a promising theory, but once again, we run into the wood problem. Wood wasn't that plentiful in ancient Egypt. Timber strong enough for shipbuilding, which is round about the strength that you'd probably need for a crane that's going to lift blocks weighing 2.5 tons, was imported from Lebanon at great cost. Whether that's something that an almighty and powerful pharaoh would have even taken note of is unclear, but I'm sure the poor guy trying to balance the books might have had something to say about it. However, a bigger problem to the theory is the question of where you would put these cranes. The higher you went, the less space you would have. Closer to the top of the pyramid, you would have as little as 18 inches of standing room, which certainly wasn't big enough for a crane large enough to carry a heavy block of stone. Yeah, but as you go up, aren't the blocks also reducing in size? Isn't that the whole reason everything's getting smaller? So wouldn't the cranes get smaller as well? 300 years later, Diodorus of Sicily had a different idea. He suggested that ramps were used to build the pyramids. That's what I remember being taught. That they'd push them up on ramps and slot them into place. He suggested that the ramps were used to build the pyramids, and the ramp theory is still a pretty solid contender today. Good. Not everything I was taught at school turned out to be a lie. My bloody rollers from Lebanon. In order to get the blocks into position on the higher tiers of the pyramids, the workers probably used ramps to haul the blocks to where they needed to go. The ramps were most likely built along with the pyramids. For each tier added to the pyramid, another layer would be added to the ramps. The ramps were then dismantled once the pyramid was completed, which is why no archaeological trace of ramps around the pyramids has ever been found. However, the question arises, what was the configuration of these ramps? Were they straight on, perpendicular to the pyramid, zigzagging along one of the sides of the pyramid, or spiraling around the pyramids? Your ramp couldn't be too steep. Researchers are of the opinion that an 8% slope would have been the maximum. Anything steeper, whoa, that's going to be a really, really long slope. In my imagination, or memory, which is probably inaccurate memory, is that they were just pushing them directly up the edge of the pyramids, just straight up that steep thing, which is not an 8-degree incline by any stretch of the imagination. And in my mind, there's two dudes pushing them up. It's obviously not. They weighed tons. Literally. Anything steeper and it would have been impossible for the workers to haul the stone blocks up the ramp. However, with such a gentle slope, by the time you reach the top of the pyramids, the ramp is going to be almost a mile long if it's just a straight-on ramp. This would have been a sizable construction. No shit, a mile-long ramp that's strong enough to support a ton of brick. Several tons of brick. That's crazy. The spiral ramp would solve this problem, but creates a few new problems. If a ramp were running around the pyramid, the body of the pyramid would essentially be buried under a ramp. This would make it impossible for the surveyors to take frequent measurements of the angles at the corners that would be necessary to make all your corners meet at the right place at the top. So, not an ideal configuration for ramps either. Eventually, however, someone asked a very interesting question. What if the ramp was on the inside? In 2003, Jean-Pierre Houdon, a French architect, proposed the internal ramp theory after spending years making detailed computer models of the Great Pyramid at Giza. According to Houdon, the internal ramp used to build the pyramid still exists inside the pyramid today. Well, just go look inside then! Would solve this mystery. Obviously, there's a reason they didn't just go inside and be like, oh, look, there it is. Done. According to Houdon's theory, the lower third of the pyramid was built using a straight external ramp to haul the blocks into position. This ramp was made using limestone blocks, similar to those being used in the construction of the pyramid, only smaller. While the bottom part of the pyramid was being built by one group of workers, a second group was building a second ramp inside the pyramid. Houdon reckons that this second ramp begins at the bottom of the second pyramid and is around 6 feet wide, running at a grade of around 7%. Once the lower half of the pyramid was finished, our intrepid builders switched to the internal ramp to move the blocks to their place for the remaining 2/3 of the pyramid. Okay, fair enough. The huge granite and limestone blocks used for the roof beams and the rafters of the queen's and king's chambers inside the pyramid weighed up to 60 tons and would have been too big to fit through the internal ramp. This meant that the outer ramp probably remained in place until these were put in position, at which point the outer ramp was dismantled and the smaller blocks of limestone used for the ramp were hauled up via the internal ramp and used for the top 2/3 of the pyramid. This sounds pretty good. It's a nice theory. Everything slots into place. Is there any archaeological evidence for it, though? Some theorize that the blocks in the upper part of the pyramid are smaller because they had to fit up a smaller internal ramp. I'm no builder, but this does make sense to me. Yes, this theory makes a ton of sense. It seems very clever. But show me the evidence.
What fucking evidence do you have?
However, designing this internal ramp would have been tricky. It needed to circumvent any internal chambers and passages, and you would also need to figure out how to turn a corner while hauling heavy stone blocks up a narrow ramp. Houdin suggested that the internal ramp had openings where a simple crane could be used to turn blocks. This theory was given a little extra credit by a fox. Okay, in 1986, a member of a French team surveying the pyramid spotted a desert fox enter through a hole next to what appeared to be an opening around 2/3 up the northeast corner of the pyramid. This hole could have been used to turn heavy block, and was right where Houdin much later predicted it would be. Now, unless it was one dedicated fox, it probably didn't climb up 2/3 of the pyramid. Rather, it might have found an entrance through a crevice closer to the bottom of the pyramid and then used the internal ramp like any well-bred fox would. The French team also used microgravimetry to survey the pyramid. This is a technique where small differences in the strength of a gravitational field are measured, and it allowed the team to measure the density of different sections of pyramid to find any hidden chambers and passages. Holy shit, no idea that's how it works. I just assumed they were using like X-rays or sonar or something. They're using something called microgravimetry. That's amazing.
That's amazing.
I'm learning stuff in today's episode that I feel like I've talked about the Egyptians so many times to the point of, almost being, oh god, more Egypt. I'm learning some amazing today. Thank you, Ilza. They couldn't find any large hidden chambers, but their computer analysis did provide one image that they couldn't interpret at the time. However, if you consider the internal ramp theory, the image could very well show a ramp spiraling up through the pyramid. An internal ramp would certainly explain why no ramps or the remains of ramps have ever been found. A more controversial theory in archaeological circles suggests that the pyramids weren't built by stacking blocks on top of each other. Rather, they were cast from an early form of concrete made with limestone, clay, lime, and water. I told you this is a real theory! More controversial, though. The claim was made in the 1970s by chemist and director of the Geopolymer Institute in Saint Quentin in France, Joseph Davidovitz. Professor Gilles Hug Giles? I know I've got a mate called Giles, and he spells it with one L, so that feels more like Gilles. Gilles?
Whatever.
Hug and Professor Michel Barsoon, a respected researcher in the field of ceramics, further investigated this theory. After extensive testing using an electron microscope, the team discovered small structures within the inner and outer casing stone that's consistent with reconstituted limestone. The stones also had a high water content, which is unusual for the dry, natural limestone found on the Giza Plateau. In order to make this concrete, quarried limestone from the Giza Plateau was dissolved in large pools of water fed from the Nile River until it reached a thin, watery consistency. Lime found in cooking fire ash and natron, a mineral salt used in the mummification process, were mixed in. The pools were left to dry until a mixture resembling moist clay was left behind. Presumably using big buckets, the clay would be carried up the pyramid to where the block needed to be and cast into reusable wooden molds. The wet concrete would then be left for a few days and undergo a chemical reaction similar to curing concrete. Well, wouldn't an easy way to figure this out be like, well, go get a big block that no one wants anymore, like maybe from the inside, take it to a big lab, and then cut it open, and if there's like weird hairs in there, if there's biological matter in there, like someone's eyelash or something, then we're like, well, how did that get in there? Surely, isn't that gonna figure it out? According to this theory, the concrete method was only used for stones on the higher levels of the pyramid. The pyramids being cast versus the pyramids being cut and built would explain why, according to some, the stones at the bottom of the pyramids have a higher mass than the stones near the top of the pyramids. Barsoom also claims that some of the blocks fit together so closely that not even a human hair can be inserted between them, and considering the tools at the time, it's far more likely that the stones were cast tightly together rather than moved into position up ramps. It would also be easier to carry buckets of cement up a pyramid than it would be dragging a 2-ton block of stone. However, there are some problems with the cast rather than cut theory. The obvious being wood. A huge amount of limestone chalk and burnt wood would be needed in order to make the concrete, and as we mentioned before, wood was in short supply in Egypt. Manpower, however, was not. There's also the fact that there's no mention of the wooden molds in the archaeological record. The wood most certainly would have been used for fuel or other construction projects, but the concept of using molds to cast the blocks for the pyramids has not been found anywhere in ancient writings. On top of that, concrete left to cure outside is going to trap whatever the breeze blows its way, so you'd expect to find all traces of things that you wouldn't normally find in limestone. Yes, of course, if you just look at the pyramids, you can see they look like thousands of individual blocks stacked on top of each other. They don't look like concrete blocks poured against concrete blocks where one side would be shared. Yeah, that's it. Like, I guess they could jumble around over time, but I don't know, it doesn't seem super likely, does it? It's a cool theory, but I'm like, they had some ramps or something, surely. Like, the internal ramp theory is my favorite so far, especially since they did that, like, looking inside thing and found the spiral. That's my favorite theory, to be honest. Another problem with this argument is that Davidovitz claims that the Egyptians poured their pyramids because moving pre-cut quarried stone would be too much work. However, dragging the stone to pools to crush and mix and make the concrete means that you're still quarrying and moving the same mass of stone, just in smaller chunks. Yeah, but moving anything in smaller chunks is way easier. Also, you would need a lot of water, which would actually make the amount of material you're moving up the pyramid even more, not less. Now, on top of quarrying and hauling the stone to the site, the workers had to crush the stone, mix the cement, and then carry it by the bucket up the pyramid to cast, hoping that it doesn't dry out too much before reaching the spot where it should be poured. All in all, this sounds like a lot more effort, not less. While there are some that firmly believe the cast versus cut build theory, my research suggests that most archaeologists and Egyptologists have their doubts. Of course, it's plausible that the builders used a combination of methods. It would be probably easier to cast the last stone layers simply because there wouldn't be that much room to maneuver cut blocks of stone without losing a couple of workers over the side, and it's a long way down. As for the ramp, I think I side with the fox on this one. The internal ramp theory is still being researched, but recent updates are promising, so perhaps we've solved at least one of the mysteries of the pyramids of Giza. Honestly, it sounds like we've solved a lot of the mysteries, doesn't it? Like, most of that stuff is like, how did they do this? And then archaeologists figure it out because that's what they do. Conclusion. The pyramids have withstood natural and man-made disasters for thousands of years. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the last of the 7 wonders of the world still standing. They are an impressive reminder never to underestimate the dedication and ingenuity of our ancient ancestors. If you really want to do something and put your mind to it, you find a way. However, more than just a monument to our ancestors, the inscriptions, decorations, and artifacts found within the pyramids and their accompanying burial complexes around Egypt have given modern researchers a good understanding of Egyptian society and religion. However, despite all we've discovered about them, the pyramids are still jealously guarding their biggest secret. Maybe one day we'll discover that Pyramids for Dummies pyramid, the one with step-by-step instructions and pictures and everything, but until it's found, the mystery of how exactly the pyramids were built, sadly, will remain a mystery. Honestly, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a mystery for very much longer. I think we're going to crack this one fairly shortly, or at least get it so it's so likely. Anyway, that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. If you enjoy the show, please do leave a review. If you're watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Ilza. Thank you, Ilza, has written me a script, Percy Fawcett in the Lost City of Zed, or Z, if you're from across the pond. And in this show, if you're new here, I've never read this before, we're going to try and decode. I've heard of the Lost City of Zed, or Z. I don't know how it's... I'm gonna alter. Lost City of Zed sounds weird, even though I'm British. Anyway, let's just dive into it, shall we? Deep in the green and humid heart of the Mato Grosso. That's in Brazil. Good, had no idea. In a valley. For some reason, I was on Google Maps the other day. And so I was just like messing around. Or for some reason, I was looking at Brazil. I was like, oh my god. 1, Brazil is massive. 2, there's a lot of forest in Brazil. Rainforest. It's the Amazon rainforest, right? There's a lot. It's very foresty. In a valley 10 miles wide, surrounded by lofty mountains, lies the ruin of a city. Ancient, more ancient than the oldest discoveries in Egypt, you approach the monolithic ruins on a stone-paved road. The houses are low and windowless, and in the center is a pyramid-shaped temple. Inscriptions reveal writing based on an alphabet similar to ancient European and Asian scripts, a sure sign of great civilization. The native peoples avoid it and tell tales of strange lights within the buildings that fill them with terror. If you are brave enough to face the dangers of the jungle, you might find it, the Lost City of Zed. Well, not entirely lost, there are still people living in the city. They have domesticated animals and mines in the surrounding hills. The first time I read that, I was like, wait, how are they domesticating mines? But then I realized obviously they're two distinct things, because I have a tiny brain. I'm Ron Burgundy. Have you ever wished for a monthly surprise that's like opening a treasure chest filled with amazing goodies? Well, look no further than today's fantastic sponsor, Bespoke Post, the monthly membership club that brings you a box of awesome packed with top shelf goods from under-the-radar brands. And guess what? It's free to join, plus you can skip or cancel a month anytime. What makes Bespoke Post truly special is that 90% of the products come from small brands, many of which are based in the US. Every month, Bespoke Post introduces its members to an exciting array of products. We're talking about outdoor gear for epic adventures, stylish barware to impress your friends, home and kitchen goods to elevate your space, fashionable clothing to up your game, and even live oysters to spice up your culinary journey, based on a preference quiz that you fill out. Now, every box of Awesome has around $70 worth of goods inside it, but it costs only a fraction of that value. And it gets even better with Bespoke Post. You can preview your box before it's shipped. That means you'll get a sneak peek of what's inside and decide if you want to keep it, swap it for a different box, or just skip the month entirely. You only pay for what you want. So now let's dive into a couple of the incredible boxes. First up, we have the legendary Weekend Box. It's the perfect companion for your spontaneous getaways, featuring a stylish duffel bag, keeping you looking sharp wherever you go. And if you're craving a different kind of adventure, check out the Forge Box. Inside, you'll discover the Mini Hunter Damascus steel knife, handcrafted with 256 layers of high-carbon steel. The blade is a work of art. It comes with a polished hardwood handle, brass pins, and a premium leather sheath. It's like unwrapping a treasure trove of awesomeness catered to your preferences. So if you're excited to join the club, here's your chance to get 20% off your first box of Awesome. Simply click the link in the description below and enter the code unknown20 at checkout at bespokepost.com/unknown20 and start experiencing the thrill of unboxing greatness. And now back to today's episode. Not far away is another town, and further south, another large city, destroyed, buried in the jungles. It sounds a bit far-fetched to us today, but if this was 1925 and your name was Sir Percy Fawcett, not only do you believe in this tale with every fiber of your being, you're about to embark on a journey into the green hell that is the unmapped Amazon. Yeah, it is the Amazon. Big brain Simon. To find this city and prove once and for all that an advanced civilization once lived, or still lives, in the Amazon jungle. Unfortunately for you, but fortunately for unsolved mystery scriptwriters of the future, you will not return, leaving us with a double mystery to solve. What happened to Sir Percy Fawcett after he disappeared into the jungle? Did he find his lost city and prove all his beliefs true? Or is the lost city of Zed, much like El Dorado, nothing more than a fever dream that will end up costing a lot of people their lives? Why? My guess is...
Tell me.
It's not real, and Percy Fawcett died of, like, cholera or something, because he was in the jungle. And he's Sir Percy Fawcett. Sir Percy sounds like the least equipped person to go into the jungle that I've ever heard of. His name is Percy, and he's a knight. Like, he's Who was Percy Fawcett? Percival Harrison Fawcett was born in 1867 in Torquay, County of Devon in England. While he's mostly remembered for disappearing into the Amazon jungle, Fawcett had a rather interesting life. In 1886, at the age of 19, he joined the Royal Artillery Corps and was sent to Trincomalee in Ceylon, today Sri Lanka, where he met his future wife, Nina. I have been to Trincomalee. It's a tiny town on the northeast coast of Sri Lanka. After some shenanigans and drama that would be right at home in Downton Abbey, the two finally got married and had 3 children, Jack, Brian, and a daughter, Joan. According to one source, Fawcett spent what little free time a military man stationed in Ceylon had exploring the islands, looking for ancient ruins and recording mysterious inscriptions. I'm not sure how true this is, but Fawcett had a desire for adventure, so this wouldn't surprise me in the least. In 1901, Fawcett joins the Royal Geographical Society with the intention of studying surveying and cartography, and this is where his life starts getting interesting. At the time, it was common practice for the Secret Service to recruit members from the Royal Geographical Society. The society was keen to map the entire world, so surveyors and cartographers travelled all over the place. It was the perfect cover, and in 1901, Fawcett found himself working for the British Secret Service in Morocco. However, it wasn't the deserts of Morocco that would steal the explorer's heart. That honour belonged to the jungles of South America. Oh my god, this guy's well-travelled. Like, he's well-travelled for, like, today. 1901 well-travelled? Yeah, he's been everywhere. In 1906, Fawcett finally got the chance to indulge in his fantasies of exploration when he was sent to Brazil in order to map the jungle region on the border of Bolivia and Brazil. I take it all back, Sir Percy sounds like exactly the sort of person who'd be extremely competent at this. He's been in the military, he's travelled all over the world. I just got thrown off by the fact that he's called Sir Percy. Sir Percival. The society had been hired by an independent third party to map the area and settle some border disputes. Percy fell in love with the jungle, and between 1906 and 1924 he would go on 7 expeditions. In the movie The City of Lost Zed, Fawcett is depicted as a bit of a champion for the native peoples of the Amazon. He goes in front of the Royal Geographical Society trying to convince them that an advanced civilization once thrived in the Amazon jungle. Fawcett certainly had more respect for the native people of the Amazon. He was even accused of going native for painting his face with bright colours using berries like native warriors. However, he didn't consider the native people as equals. He was ahead of his time, this being the early 1900s, but he still believed in the superiority of the white man. It's bizarre, like in the past. It's like, oh, no, I'm a champion for the native people because they're lesser than us.
What?
That was the enlightened view. The past, everybody. It was the worst. According to John Hemming in his books on the history of the Amazon, Fawcett's theories are nothing more than eugenic gibberish. In my opinion, that's a bit harsh. I doubt Fawcett would have survived 7 expeditions into the jungle if he completely disrespected the local people. Unfortunately, he does make some claims about white Indians that border on the master race theories Blavatsky style, but we'll get into that in a little bit. In 1914, Fawcett returned to England to serve his country in World War I. He served with distinction, spending 3 years in the hell of the trenches, including the Somme, and was awarded the Distinguished Order for Valor. I think I made a video once that the trenches are arguably the worst place to have been alive in history. And yeah, I'm glad it's not World War I. And I'm not serving in the trenches. Oh my god, like, sometimes I just find myself randomly grateful. I'm just like, man, it's really good there's not, like, war. And I haven't been killed. Or I wasn't killed, like, in my 20s, fighting in a war for no reason whatsoever. Just, especially World War I, it's just so pointless. And, yeah, and I'm just like, that's cool. Isn't life nice?
Yeah!
It makes you think, oh yeah, all of my problems that I think I have, they're not really problems. Like, a problem would be being in a trench with, like, trench foot and all my dead mates around me and some, like, commander being like, oh, we're going to go over the top, boys. And you're like, oh, God, are you going over the top, sir? No, I'm back here at camp. You're going to go over the top and kill the Germans. Why? In 1919, he returned to Devon, and like most men he served, he probably came back traumatized. Apparently, when asked about cannibalism, he replied that at least it provides a reasonable motive for killing a man, which is more than you can say for civilized warfare. I'm no psychologist, but that sounds like trauma to me. Yes, dude, it does. Holy Spiritualism as a movement has been around since the 1850s, and depending on the source, Fawcett was either only mildly interested in his younger years, or he was already attending seances, but most seem to agree that his interest in spiritualism increased after the war, because, well, trauma will do that. Despite what you might think of his beliefs, Fawcett was one of the last old-school adventurers. David Gunn sums it up nicely in his book when he says Fawcett ventured into the blank spots on the map with little more than a machete, a compass, and an almost divine sense of purpose. He seemed impervious to disease, and colleagues and fellow explorers considered him an imposing figure and the model of physical efficiency. He was willing to travel lighter and fare harder than most people would consider possible. In his time, he became a bit of a celebrity, encountered Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and H.R. Haggard, the writer of King Solomon's Mines, among his friends. He was awarded the Royal Geographical Society's Founders Gold Medal in 1916, and his article Bolivian Exploration was published in the March 1915 edition of the Geographical Journal. If it wasn't for his obsession with finding the lost city of Zed, he probably could have lived to an old age enjoying his fame and celebrity surrounded by friends and family. Yeah, that sounds really nice. It'd be like if someone was like, hey Simon, do you want to go on an expedition to the Amazon jungle where you could be like, get cholera and die? But maybe there's some big city out there that will make you more famous. I'll be like, no. No, I'm already pretty comfortable, thank you. I like my life. I don't want to go to the Amazon jungle. Fawcett's Lost City. In May 1906, Fawcett set sail for the Great Americas, and by June he found himself in La Paz, Bolivia. It was the first of many expeditions into uncharted and unexplored rainforests, other than dangers of the jungle, such as hungry animals, creepy crawlies, more insects than you could possibly imagine, and poisoned darts from unfriendly natives. Fawcett often encountered dangerous working towns fueled by the booming rubber industry with poor working conditions and desperate men, a volatile combination. Yeah, I've been not into this. I don't like bugs. Like, I have a house in the countryside. I went there last weekend with my family. We get back from a walk in the forest, and I've got like 4 ticks. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, I hate these little bastards. And then you're pulling them out of your body, and you're worried that they're giving you tick-borne encephalitis, and that your brain's going to go to and you're like, I don't like it. But I do love being out in nature. I just don't like all the bugs, especially this time of year. It's just the end of spring coming into summer, and it's like, oh, so many bugs! So many bugs! Initially, his mission was making maps, but it soon evolved into something more. Early on, Fawcett had some ideas about a lost city hidden in the jungles of Brazil. While El Dorado had been relegated to the realms of myth for the learned folk, the dream of lost cities in the jungles of South America never really died. The discovery of Machu Picchu in Peru in 1911 further bolstered Fawcett's dreams of finding a lost city in Brazil, as it would. Because the discovery of Machu Picchu is the sort of thing I'd make fun of. And then it actually happens. You're like, yeah, sure. Sure, there's a magical city hidden in the mountains that no one's ever seen. A big city. Sure. Hey, Simon, have you heard of Machu Picchu? It's like, oh my god, okay. I guess it is possible. Like, I don't want to all over it because it's like, yeah, Machu Picchu happens. I mean, now it's like 2023, and I think we're pretty unlikely to discover, like, stuff like this. Especially now, aren't they doing those LiDAR scans of the jungle where they're finding stuff in there? Like, scanning through the trees, through the canopy and stuff, or, like, buildings? I mean, we're discovering some pretty cool shit, right? By 1914, Fawcett had formed a fairly detailed picture of what his supposed lost city was like and where to find it. He simply called it Z. Fawcett believed that a complex civilization once thrived somewhere in the Mato Grosso region of Brazil, and the isolated ruins of a large city possibly still survived. Initially, Fawcett's search for the city was based on scientific observation and deduction. While exploring the jungles, he noticed straight lines in the topography he was mapping, which he deduced were the remains of roads. Many years later, it turned out that these deductions were, in fact, correct! He also found pottery shards in earthen mounds on a floodplain. In the movie, Fawcett uses these shards to argue that the Amazon jungle was hiding the ruins of an ancient civilization. However, in Exploration Fawcett, published by his son Brian in 1953 and based off Fawcett's memoirs, he wasn't all that impressed with the pottery. Archaeologists today are far more excited about these pottery shards than Fawcett was. In Fawcett's defense, he was a military man and a cartographer, not an archaeologist. Fawcett was also very impressed with how well the native tribes had adapted to life in the jungles and how organized their societies were. It's like they couldn't possibly have come up with that on their own. There must be some sort of advanced civilization for these primitives to have based this on. Because they're primitives! Some sources claim that he also found petroglyphs and remains of ancient engineering, or whatever that means. It sounds ancient engineering, just whenever I hear that, I'm like, of course there was ancient engineering, but it just sounds like a History Channel show, doesn't it? Whatever that means, but I couldn't find any specific examples. However, I reckon pottery and roads were enough of an indication that he was on the right track, if only he had stuck with the science. As it turns out, Fawcett might have been a bit of a creative writer in his spare time. In some of his reports, the Royal Geographical Society, definitely not people you should be writing creative fiction to. As well as his memoirs that appear in Exploration Fawcett, Fawcett tells wonderful tales of his adventures and all the amazing things he saw while exploring the jungles. These marvels include anacondas measuring up to 60 feet, birds able to peek through stone after special leaf, the tracks of an enormous beast living in the Madidi swamps of the Beni in Bolivia, and he believed these tracks to be a diplodocus, and also human-like hairy beasts. Human-like hairy, so like monkeys? Or gorillas? What's the one that kind of... What's our closest relative? It's not the monkey, is it? It's a gorilla or chimps or something like that. This doesn't do much to boost his credibility, but at least he didn't lack imagination. Of course, if this is true, I apologize to all the 60-feet anacondas and human-like hairy beasts possibly watching this video. In all fairness, it should be noted that some of the creatures he described have since been confirmed by science, such as the double-nosed Andean tiger hound, a dog with 2 noses. Holy But I digress. While he was a very good cartographer, some of his adventures read a bit too much like fiction, and that called some of his more scientific observations into question as well. And to make matters worse, there were the rumours. Hold on. What if he actually saw a 60-foot anaconda? I don't know if that's actually at all possible. Or maybe he saw like a 40-foot anaconda and was like, oh my god, that's a 60-foot anaconda, in like fear, or whatever. But, I mean, so he thought something was like some old thing. He thought birds were able to peck through stones. Maybe he just saw them pecking through like something that looked like stones. These don't sound like crazy lies. It's not, I saw the Loch Ness Monster, didn't I? It's like, okay, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he just is misinterpreting things. It doesn't sound like outright creative writing. One of Fawcett's reports to the Royal Geographical Society in 1910 stated that he had met half a dozen men who swore to have seen white Indians with red hair and blue eyes. This further bolstered bolstered Fawcett's belief that hidden in the jungle were the ruins of a lost city, formerly the home of what he called a robust and fair people, a proto-Indian race which must have a civilized origin. He describes them as a superior race. His words, not mine. When a native Amazonian told Fawcett that his ancestors built the cities, Fawcett wrote, "This I'm inclined to doubt, for he, like the Mehinaku Indians, is of the brown or Polynesian type, and it is the fair or red type I associate with the cities." There's our early 1900s racism, everybody. Fawcett also tells of a meeting with a man selling 6 metal figures reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Unfortunately, the man refused to tell Fawcett where the objects came from. Then Fawcett received a most marvelous gift from H.R. Haggard himself, a mysterious black basalt idol in the shape of a human male with a strange inscription. Haggard claimed that the idol came from Brazil, most likely from one of the oh-so-many lost cities. Fawcett took the idol to the British Museum, but no one there could decipher the inscription or tell him anything about this mysterious idol or where it came from. Fawcett, a believer in spiritualism, took the only scientific option left him. He visited a psychic. It's not a scientific option. It's just take it to someone who's going to make some right up. The psychic apparently had more archaeological knowledge than all of those trained idiots at the museum. Those clowns, educate with their diplomas, thinking they're so smart. They can't talk to the dead.
Smart.
After holding the idol in a dark room, the psychic claimed to see a large continent between Africa and South America long before the rise of Egypt. There were elaborate temples, carved ornaments, and a procession of what could have been priests. Then disaster struck. Violent volcanic eruptions, flaming lava, mighty earthquakes. The sea levels rose and parts of the continent sank into the sea. I'm guessing the idol was saved by a very dedicated priest who happened to be a hell of a swimmer. And if you're now thinking Atlantis, well, you're not the only one. Fawcett now believed that his lost city of Zed was related to Atlantis. Now, before we continue down that rabbit hole, I should point out that the idol that started this all today is considered to be a fake. Whether Haggard was playing a practical joke on his friend that got out of hand, or whether someone had taken Haggard for a ride, is unclear. You know what is clear? The psychic was making up some bull. It's like, no, I bought it at Poundland, didn't I? Got that What's American Poundland? Got that at Dollar Tree! Picked it up for $1. Dollar Tree, right? We have Poundland. Or at least we did when I was a kid. The shit you get for £1 was quite surprising. Like, they'd have a lot. You'd go in there and like get lots of chocolate. I remember as a kid for £1. It was a bit of a bargain. Even some toys. And then I think inflation kicked in and they had stuff that was more than £1. Which was confusing. What's it going to be today? Like £3 clams? Hilarious. Or maybe just the stuff got... And this all brings us back to Madame Blavatsky, the Theosophical Society, and their nonsense about a superior master race that lived in Atlantis. Fawcett was now convinced that the city of Zed was more ancient than he initially thought. It was older than Egypt itself. He also believed that there was a connection between Atlantis and parts of Brazil. While serving in World War I, the lost city became more of an undiscovered utopia hidden in the jungles. The civilized world that Fawcett had served in the military was falling to pieces. Fawcett, like so many others, started searching for a civilized world that made more sense than the one he was living in. Yeah, I mean, not hard in World War I. That was insane. Unlike those searching for El Dorado, whose only interest was wealth, Fawcett wanted to find the stores of knowledge that he believed were hidden in the city of Zed. The Theosophical Society believed that the teachings of Atlantis were stored in record houses called White Lodges. Fawcett believed that Zed, far from being just another lost city, was the last outpost of the refugees from Atlantis. And one such White Lodge. Like many spiritualists, Fawcett shows a level of frustration with science and academic experts who didn't share his belief in the existence of Zed and all the knowledge stored there, just waiting to be found. Yeah, because historians and scientists, it's like they believe in objective things. They're like, yeah, okay, sure, Percy. Sure. As soon as you find something that backs that up, we'll take a look at it. Until then, it's just made up in your head, isn't it, Percy? Isn't it? You got it from a spiritual medium who told you that this was true from something that was bought at Poundland, Percy. Fawcett's claim of an ancient civilization was further bolstered by his discovery of what is today known as Manuscript 512, believed to have been written by João da Silva Guimarães, a Portuguese fortune hunter, around 1753. The document can be found at the National Library of Rio de Janeiro. João da Silva Guimarães claimed to have discovered the ruins of an ancient city back in 1753. The writer describes arches of a great height, a square plaza with an extraordinary large pillar and spires in the Roman style in each corner. They came upon a statue of a young man carved in stone, naked from the waist up, with a crown of laurel on his head, possibly carrying a shield. The English translation is a bit vague on this, and I don't read Portuguese. On the left side of this plaza is a temple with crosses in various styles. The ruins described by these early explorers are massive. They discovered something that resembled a manor house a cannon shot distance from the city, and it appears that they were seeing signs of civilization for 3 days as they walked. Of course, we have no idea how fast they were walking, but suffice to say, if these guys are to be believed, they found themselves a little Greece in the jungle of Brazil. I'm a little skeptical about this, and since our early explorers conveniently forgot to say where they found this amazing little Greece, we can't go and look for ourselves. Fawcett didn't believe this to be the lost city of Zed, but decided to find it once he found Zed. Fawcett's belief in a lost civilization in the Amazon didn't sit well with his peers, and he faced a lot of ridicule for his belief at the time. They're like, Percy, we need proof, Percy! You call yourself a cartographer, a member of the Rod. Would you put a place on the map, Percy, without having seen it? Would you believe it to be there, Percy? You a cartographer or not, Percy? At the time, Europe was on a civilizing mission in South America. If it was true that a thriving advanced civilization once existed, it would prove European involvement and colonization unnecessary. And the powers that be, who were very interested in the natural resources such as rubber and gold, didn't like that idea very much. So in 1925, Fawcett set off on his final quest to his beloved city of Zed to prove himself right, once and for all. Uh-oh. Into the jungle, never to be seen again. In 1925, with funding from a London-based group of financiers known as The Glove, which sounds like a James Bond villain organisation if I've ever heard one, Fawcett and his party, consisting of his son, Jack, and his best friend, Raleigh Rimmel, set off on the final ill-fated expedition to find Zed. In the early 1920s, Fawcett had made 2 attempts, but both expeditions ran afoul of disease and exhaustion and returned empty-handed, so he was determined not to fail again. Fawcett had scouted the area that he was heading to in 1920, but the region was still unmapped. The party of 3 arrived in the Brazilian frontier town of Cuiabá, the capital of Mato Grosso, on around the 3rd of March 1925. Here, they collected provisions, animals, and 2 Brazilian porters. On April the 20th, 1925, the expedition, now including 2 Brazilian laborers, 2 horses, 8 mules, and a pair of dogs, Pastor and Chilim, departed from Cuiabá. I like that the dogs get names. It's like, we know the names of the dogs, we have the Brazilian locals. They're not in the historical record, please. Look at these beautiful dogs. Fawcett considered dogs ideal travelling companions, especially the hunting and retrieving kinds around Fawcett was like, yeah, these dogs are the best. Hey, Brazil man, where are we going? I don't know. Ask the dogs, Percy. Ask the dogs. Around 4 weeks later, they arrived at the last European settlement on the route, Bacari Post, a trading depot. They rested and sent some letters home. Jack's letters were optimistic and perhaps naive. He was on a big adventure with his dad, and it appears that the young man didn't quite realize the dangers they would be facing. While at the trading post, Fawcett also talked with the local chief who corroborated tales of old cities in the region. They left Bacari on the 20th of May. The expedition sent their last letters from Dead Horse Camp on the 29th of May 1925. In his letter, perhaps a bit ominously, Fawcett refers to the white bones of his horse, the one he had to shoot on this very spot in 1920, and the origin for the name of the camp. I suppose we can be thankful that he never requested to name anything else. He mentions that it gets very cold at night and the insects and heat only struck at midday. The letter ends with, "You need have no fear of any failure." It would be the last thing anyone ever heard of the Fawcett party. The letter was carried back to the Bacari outpost by the native porters who refused to continue into another tribe's territory. Fawcett included the coordinates of Dead Horse Camp in his letter. However, these coordinates didn't match the previously recorded coordinates for the location of this camp. It's unlikely that Fawcett, a cartographer and experienced explorer, would make this kind of mistake. Some believe he did it to discourage rescue efforts should he not return. Why would you want to discourage rescue efforts? This would be Fawcett's 8th trip into the jungle, so he came prepared. The party carried canned food, powdered milk, guns, flares, a sextant, and a chronometer. Fawcett also chose his travel companions with care. Both his son and Rimmel were young, healthy, and most importantly, loyal. Fawcett decided to travel light and with a smaller group, partly because of his concern about a rival claiming his city, and partly to move faster and be less noticeable to native tribes. Many of the local tribes were still, understandably, hostile to Europeans. Fawcett described his 2 companions as strong as horses and keen as mustard. Keen as mustard. That's a phrase I've never heard before, but could not sound more like old-school British if it tried. While they might have had the necessary enthusiasm and youth for the journey ahead, they were inexperienced in the ways of the jungle, which, according to some sources, might have been fatal. As for Fawcett, he was fit and healthy, but he was already 57 when he left on his final expedition, and while his last letter was optimistic, there are some suggestions that Fawcett himself realized that he might not be in the best possible condition for such a grueling expedition. Fawcett left very clear instructions stating that he didn't want anyone to come looking for them. Okay, let's find out why. Is this because he thinks people will die? Like, he's like, yo, if I go into the jungle and I don't come back, sending people into the jungle after me is only going to make things worse. It's probably what he's thinking, right?
Now that's a bright idea.
He figured that if something happened to him, others who had less experience in the jungle would have no chance and most likely would get themselves into trouble. Okay, there we go. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry, my best friend and son. No one's coming to rescue us. My best friend and son. However, human beings are incapable of following good advice, so a great many people, when looking for the Fawcett party over the years, many of those people died or disappeared in the jungles themselves, never to be seen again. Current estimates are around 100 people total died. So Fawcett was definitely onto something. He just did do a good enough job. Don't come looking for me. Oh, Percy, you would say that. Let's go find you. And then 100 people die, and no one finds him. And, you know, what really would just be his bones at that point, right? And the bones of his son and his best friend. Fawcett expected the expedition to take a couple of months at the minimum, but up to a year or even more. However, when there was still no word by 1927, people started to get worried, and searches for the lost trio commenced. The first of many set off in either late 1927 or 1928. Sources can't seem to agree on this. Under the leadership of Commander George M. Doit, the search party followed Fawcett's trail to a village of the Nauqua tribe where they discovered a small brass plate marked with W.S. Silver & Company, a London firm that supplied Fawcett with some airtight metal cases. While this initially was cause for celebration, it later turned out that the cases had belonged to an earlier expedition and was most likely a gift to the local tribes. According to Dart's report, the Fawcett party travelled to the upper Colleen River, the territory of the Kalapalo tribe. They were going slowly because one of the younger men, possibly Rimmel, was lame and exhausted. The Kalapalo claims that the party left and they saw smoke from the party's campfires for 5 days, but there was no smoke on the 6th day, so they assumed the party had been killed. Dart believed the Nauqua to be the killers, but the Kalapalo claimed it was a fierce group known as the Suya. Dart also stated that he met with Alioki, the chief of the Anakuhukua, and in his opinion, the person most likely responsible for the deaths of the Fawcett expedition. Okay, well, mystery solved, isn't it? They were killed by tribes. Done. Boom. Done and dusted. Doesn't matter which tribe, no.
Fairy tale's over.
It seems that everyone's like, yeah, tribe did it. Tribe killed them. Mystery solved. Right? In 1931, the Penn Museum sent their own expedition into the Mato Grosso region. Why? He was killed by tribes! The expedition had no interest in finding the Fawcett party. Okay, they just wanted to make a documentary. However, it was impossible to go to the Mato Grosso and not run into the Fawcett mystery. Vincenzo Petrullo, the ethnologist of the expedition, also met Alioki while exploring further north towards the Xingu River. As it turns out, these folk had seen Fawcett and his companions 6 years prior. According to Petrullo, he inadvertently followed the same trail that Fawcett himself had taken and thus met the same native people who Fawcett ran into. Like the Dart expedition before him, he reached the Kalapalo village on the Kuluine River. Two of the villagers told him the story of 3 white men visiting their village a couple of years before. Since it was only their second meeting with the outsiders, the visit was memorable for the villagers. The white men arrived in Kalapalo village in the company of some Anakuhukua tribesmen who had acted as guides from their own village on the Kalusu about 4 days away. The white men had packs and arms, but no gifts. The Kalapalo provided the party with food and tried to convince the men not to continue. The younger men were both ill and reluctant, but their leader, presumably Fawcett, insisted, so they ferried the men across the Kuluine River. From there, the story is the same as the version of events reported by Dart. For 5 days after their departure, the Kalapalo saw the smoke as the group lit campfires. However, on the 6th day, there was nothing. The tribe assumed the travelers had reached the forest to the east. Later traces of their camps were found, but the men themselves were never seen again. Petrullo believed that Fawcett and his party most likely died of hunger, dehydration, or disease, or perhaps all of the above, somewhere in the dense jungles to the east of the Kuluine River. Petrullo pointed out quite logically that white men were not exactly a common sight in the Amazon jungle, so if they had been seen alive, someone would most likely have known about it. However, in the 1950s, another version of events surfaced. According to Orlando Villas-Boas, a Brazilian indigenous rights activist who worked among the native tribes in the Amazon jungles of Brazil, he got the truth in 1951 straight from one of Fawcett's killers, a member of the Kalapalo tribe. According to Villas-Boas, Three things happened. Firstly, Jack urinated in the river upstream from the village. This is where the tribe's drinking water came from, and it was considered an affront to the tribe. Secondly, one of the party members shot an animal and brought it to the village. Among the Kalapalo, food is shared, but when one villager approached to cut some meat, he was pushed away. However, the biggest insult was when one of the party members struck a child playing with their gear. The tribe allowed the party to leave the next morning and killed them after they traveled some distance away from the village. Oh my god, it's like, you better leave. And you're like, okay, we'll leave, sorry. And then they're like, and then we'll go to the jungle and kill them. Oh my god. Don't strike people's children. There's a lesson there, isn't there? In the 1960s, Danish explorer Arne Falk Ron traveled to the Mato Grosso region looking for the explorer, and in 1991 he wrote a book about what he learned from Orlando Viers-Boyes. In his book, Viers-Boyes said that Fawcett and his companions had a mishap on the river and lost most of the gifts they'd brought along for the native tribes they'd meet along the way. Arriving without gifts would have been a breach of protocol, and by this time most members of the expedition, 2 out of 3, were seriously ill, which made them a danger to the tribe. Once again, the story ends with the death of the 3 men. Jack Fawcett and Raleigh Rimmel were thrown into the river, but Colonel Fawcett was given a proper burial since he was an old man and therefore distinguished. In yet another version of events, also from Viers-Boyes, the men were killed after Jack Fawcett either raped or seduced one of the chieftain's wives. Percy Fawcett then demanded porters and crews and slapped the chieftain when he refused. However, based on what we know about Fawcett, and his son for that matter, this is completely out of character. If Fawcett had behaved this way on earlier expeditions, he would have been killed very early on. Yeah, that doesn't seem very likely. It doesn't seem like that's not what he was about, it seems. He was like just looking for, yeah, just sound made up. Orlando Viers-Boyes claimed to have found Fawcett's remains after the tribe told him where to dig. Apparently, he had asked what the tribe had done with the bodies, but the person he talked to couldn't remember, only that the bodies had been buried. Eventually, another tribe member told Viers-Boyes where to dig, and that's when he found the remains of one person. He claimed that the remains he found were wearing European clothes, but I've been unable to verify that. He wasn't sure whether the bones were Fawcett specifically, but he was confident that the bones belonged to at least one member of the Fawcett party. Of course, this was well before DNA became a thing. He sent some of the bones to England for examination, but was informed that they couldn't have been Fawcett due to the length of the tibia not corresponding to Fawcett's height, and the bones were returned to him. Apparently, the remains are currently in the Forensic Medicine Institute of the University of Sao Paulo. Viers-Boyes wasn't convinced by findings of the forensic anthropologist in the UK because he believed the British had a bit of hero worship of Fawcett, and let's be honest, he was not wrong. Viers-Boyes felt the British public wouldn't like to admit their hero was killed for disrespecting the locals. As for the bones, according to anthropologist Benedict Allen, who undertook a one-man expedition to find out what happened to Fawcett in 1998, the skeleton found by Viers-Boyes had in fact been that of the chief's grandfather. Now, before we start blaming Viers-Boyes for spreading false rumors, it's important to note that he was genuinely concerned about the Amazon's natives' rights and worked his entire life to protect those rights. He also received several awards and was even nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Holy shit. However, Viers-Boyes was most likely biased in favor of the tribe and his friends within the tribe, and if they had indeed killed Fawcett, he would have been more likely to believe a story where Fawcett is painted as a typical colonial abuser. Of course, it's equally possible that the story Viers-Boyes was told was partially or wholly fabricated by whoever told it to him. The fact that there are so many different stories coming from this one tribe makes me wonder if perhaps even the tribe themselves aren't quite sure what happened. Viers-Boyes was probably also more invested in painting European encounters with natives in a negative and destructive light, while painting the native tribes as unaggressive and innocent, simply protecting themselves, which probably isn't entirely accurate either. It does make him a somewhat unreliable narrator, but could there be some truth to the tale? Fawcett was an experienced explorer, and he would have known that being disrespectful could get you killed. While every tribe certainly had their own little customs, Fawcett had survived his encounters with native tribes for 7 prior expeditions, so he's probably adept at quickly picking up what was completely unacceptable. His travel companions, however, were not as experienced. Fawcett most certainly gave them a good rundown of what to expect in the jungle and how to behave, but the younger men were sick, so probably not thinking clearly, and Fawcett was perhaps either sick himself or simply not able to supervise the younger men 24/7. He was looking for a lost city, so he was most likely talking to chiefs and scouts and hunters trying to plot his next move. However, even if you take all of these factors into consideration, I find it unlikely that any member of the party would have made a blunder big enough to get them all killed. There is simply no physical proof of what happened either way, so we'll never know. Yeah, okay, I'm like, they either like just died because they're in the jungle, they're all sick. Like, they could have had some terrible disease, or they were killed by tribes. That's it. It's like 2 options. Both depressing. They're not still out there. It was 100 years ago. There have been many sightings over the years. In 1932, a Swiss trapper, Stephen Ratin, claimed to have seen Fawcett wearing animal skins and being held captive by local natives. According to Ratin, he met a white man with a long beard, held captive while traveling along the Rio Arinos River. According to some versions of events, the man gave Ratin his signet ring, and Fawcett's wife, Nina, recognized the description of the signet ring. However, the sighting took place hundreds of miles away from where the party disappeared. One of the many explorers of the jungle also pointed out that the natives don't wear animal skins, it's simply too hot. For the most part, the native people go around naked. In the 1950s, a tale of Fawcett's shrunken head spotted in a village in the Upper Xingu did the rounds. However, it's generally accepted that the shrunken head is just a piece of deeply disturbing fiction. In 1979, a gold signet ring belonging to Fawcett was discovered in the back room of a shop in Kiaba. It was engraved with the family motto, Nec aspera terrent, hardships hold no fear. One theory suggests that the party had been mugged and then killed by soldiers who were hiding in the jungles after a revolution. Latin America had several revolutions in the 1900s, but the only one I'm aware of in 1925 was a revolution in Ecuador, which was on the other side of the continent. In 1910, there was a revolution in Mexico, but that's even further away. A far more likely explanation, in my humble opinion, is that Fawcett used the ring as a gift or to barter for supplies. The ring eventually made it to Kiaba, possibly in the possession of hobbits, because, as we all know, rings tend to travel. It's a Lord of the Rings joke that I sort of get. I saw the first Lord of the Rings movie, never read the books, don't really like it. Then we have the more fantastical theories. One theory states that Fawcett remained in the jungle voluntarily to become the chief of a tribe of cannibals. Okay. Yeah, fantastical. Another theory claims that Fawcett just was like went in the jungle. It's like, I got the taste for flesh. Another theory claims that Fawcett had hoped to set up a community in the jungle that would be based on the tenets of theosophy and worship of his son, Jack. What are you talking about? This is ridiculous. This is more ridiculous than the shrunken head thing. In fact, quite a few of Fawcett's associates had planned to go and join Fawcett, presumably after he established this commune to live a new free life. Apparently, much of the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Fawcett is his family trying to protect their father's reputation. One psychic claimed to have had contact with Fawcett until 1948 when he reported his own death. Fawcett's wife Nina apparently also claimed to have been on the receiving end of telepathic messages. No, none of these people were, because they're not real. A medium asked to analyse the Colonel's scarf and had a more gruesome tale. In a trance, the medium saw Fawcett and his companions murdered and dumped in a lake. We'll take that seriously. Fanciful tales aside, we'll never know what happened to the Fawcett party. It's unlikely the jungle is going to give up those secrets anytime soon. Who knows, perhaps Fawcett found his beloved Zed and decided to remain there for the rest of his life. Please. Did we decode the mysteries? I believe Percy Fawcett and his young companions died in the jungles of the Mato Grosso region in 1925. What exactly killed them will remain a mystery. I agree 100%, Ilsa.
Yeah. Totally.
One of the party was getting older, two were inexperienced and already sick and exhausted, and they were going into unexplored territory. They could have been killed by hostile natives, or they could have died of malnutrition, disease, or dehydration. Personally, I don't believe the Kalapalo tribe killed them. If they died at the hands of Kalapalo natives, it was most likely individuals acting alone and not the decision of the tribe. As for the lost city of Zed that Fawcett went looking for, that might not be a myth. The ruins described in manuscript 512 and Fawcett's vision of Zed most definitely never existed. However, several sites theorized to be the ruins of great settlements have been discovered in the Amazon jungle, suggesting that ancient civilizations in the jungle are not that far-fetched. One of these, Kuakugu, might be the very settlement that Fawcett went looking for. In fact, he might even have found it. Unfortunately, he probably walked right through it without recognizing the site for what it was. After all, Fawcett was looking for the stone ruins of an Atlantean-type civilization. Conclusion. Today, Fawcett's probably best known for the obsession that eventually cost him his life. But before all of that, he was a cartographer. A good one, who showed more respect for local people and cultures than was common for the era. Some theorize that Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World and even the character of Indiana Jones are based on Percy Fawcett. Was he a British hero or a colonial oppressor? Well, that depends on your perspective. Either way, he was an interesting figure. As for his beloved city of Zed, it's unlikely that he ever found it in life, but the writer in me hopes that he found it in death. What a nice ending, Ilsa. And this has been an episode of Decoding the Unknown, relatively short one today. Thank you for being here. If you enjoyed the show, please do leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, hello, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.